And let's see. Hop on over, of course, and check. Make sure that everything is alive and not on fire. I actually forgot to bring up the stream manager, so I'll go over there as well. And everything looks fine. So yeah. Making sure I actually... Yeah, I did actually change the title for once. As yeah, I've been keeping the same title for the last few days, just for easiness. But for today, of course, yeah, as we are going to be recording the EP build showcase live, starting in about an hour. I'm gonna warm up a little bit first because I do not want to go in cold. With Eclipse Protocol is very much one of those things that the third run I do is much better than the first run, and the fifth run I do is much better than the third one, and the 70th one is worse than the third one because they're at that time tired. But for us now, I've set up most of the things for it already. I'm briefly actually going to check, because I didn't, which was dumb of me before going live, but if I swap this and go here, will it capture the right one? It does. So, because yeah, of course, in a little bit I'll be using, this is 170. Ah, it's because of this. Okay. It's making sure that my... Yeah, we're not going to use that one because I won't go into any numbers for today's build. Or for the Eclipse Protocol, because it doesn't matter. You just set it up the way it is considered optimal, basically, and then that's what you have. Instead of numbers, I'll be doing tactics, which in the same way as with the hardwired build showcase, it'll get better results by me showing some tactics instead of numbers, I feel. So I'll be doing a layout and then tactics instead of layout and then calculations, because it'll be easier. I'll be doing the normal EP and the glass EP, so this character will get used, and then character 1 will get used for her glass EP, as I'll fix up that little error there with the pulse being equipped, which I think I did something last night likely that required that, or actually a few days ago likely at this point, because I mostly played on my other account for the last few days. Just to warm up, I'm gonna hop into a few heroic missions, just warming up, getting a feel for the thing as we go to Coney Island, which is one of the longer ones. Also just my light a little bit because yeah, it's a little bit better as the sunlight will start to leave in a second, so we need some artificial one.
Hostile radio.
They are at the start, 4 directives, cool skills as well. I can it won't be a problem. Yeah. There's a Patriot in the team, because yeah, that's for Patriot, the debuff on the enemies there. So the one thing I have to be aware of is that I do not touch my hive button. And for the showcase, I'll be also just doing random matchmaking missions, basically. As yeah, for me, Eclipse is very much just a mission grinder. It works really great in there. Can work, of course, in Summit, can work in most places. One thing here as well, you can jump over this gate, actually, and then go and get set up. Someone will need to open it, that spawns the enemies in, but yeah, because of that, I could actually get in pretty quick and set everything on fire. There's a sniper dog back there. Don't have any crossbow bolts yet, which I would have loved to have 2. One for the dog, one for the heavy there. but I'll just work on the squishies. I will put a fire on that heavy just for the extra 10%. I'll try to get this dog shocked again as well, just to help my allies and also. And then there's the chopper for the boss. I'll put this down. I'm hoping for... we didn't. I was hoping to... oh, there you go. Very quickly broke his chest, which fills me with confidence. Because, yeah, going through name chest isn't instant usually. As instant as it was there. Gonna try and see... I can toss a grenade on top of the chopper. Although... I need to be a lot closer. And there it was too late. It'll... I don't think there's a next wave, so it won't... Actually, there is. But, yeah, I think it's dead already. That's one of the tricks as well, as is always useful, just to toss a fire grenade, especially if you're not EP. If you're just running survivalist on a red build, you can just toss one up there. And hello there, Funtime. You're in it early. Thank you for joining as well again. I'm running a few missions, warming up, and I'll be starting the recording for the EP build, Fire EP showcase. And you too as well. Hello to you, Snakes. Good to see you guys hopping in this early. It's always appreciated. Yeah, well, in basically 50 minutes, I'll start on the showcase. Maybe earlier. I'm basically just warming up. I wanted to have a little bit of a warm-up, because otherwise... And also basically collect my last thoughts, see if I haven't forgotten. I already basically... The way I do it usually is, while I don't script, basically today, the entire day, is basically... While I'm working and stuff, it's in the back of my mind, and I go basically over sentences that I want to say. Like, for instance, I will discuss the choice of capacitor versus Scorpio, and I basically already will say that like capacitor gives you more damage, but Scorpio has some utility, and that the way that I play it, I will be taking a Scorpio for the stagger mechanic and stuff. And that's usually how those things go. So it's not scripted really, but I basically know most of the things that I will want to say. Although of course last minute, because yeah, I just start to talk and then see wherever I go. Yeah, sometimes I will stop myself pretty early in a segment with maybe not going too all out. Because especially my only concern is that I will... because of course I kind of still, well, I did the masterclass on it, so it is still a little bit in my mind and stuff, all the things I said in there, and I don't want to say too much because yeah, it is a build showcase. I basically am going to discuss two builds. I'll talk about the other builds. I'll be taking the normal variant and the glass variant out. But yeah, my I don't want to over-explain is mostly the thing. So, for instance, also I won't be explaining the stats or anything like I did in the masterclass. I'll just say, you go status effect everywhere, and then skill haste next to it, and then just leave it at that, stuff like that. And in here, I very much want to help out my team there.
Targeting system detected.
Oh, I don't have a hive, of course. I was going to say, I'm going to run up and put my hive by the door where they spawn. But instead of that, I'll put a chem, which is that door. Second, the triggers, I'll ignite it. There's going to be a dog in there. There almost always is. It's always going to be heavy in there with 4-man heroic.
Yes, sir.
No dog, actually. Yeah, there's also, yeah, fire rounds back there. And those make my life a lot easier, especially in the next room, of course. Yeah, this team has decent damage. I'm gonna watch what that is not the greatest choices, but it'll buff, and it'll buff this guy who's pretty well set up, and it'll buff that guy who's pretty poorly set up. But yeah, that glass is carrying us hard. I'm gonna send the next one.
Agent, I'm gonna try and clear the road for you.
I do love the Scorpio, especially here. But mostly as well, it's for me, it's that where I just hit them with one shot. Any pellet hitting will stagger a red or a purple, and that will let me get my fire on target quite easily. Basically, I can guarantee that when they are staggered in that way, that my fire is gonna land.
I'll take out some of their defenses.
There's another option of capacitor. It is pretty hefty damage increase, but
Wish I could have been
I'm
more
good on damaging. Yeah, and I'm aiming for hopefully a little less than an hour, around 50-ish minutes. But yeah, with all build showcases, it's very much around that length. Gonna go back here where there's a chest and get that. I will take that Marine Super 90. I think I had one recently as well of those that I am already not using. And also just the spread of the Saurian sometimes can even be useful with the Scorpio. With with several 5Ks here, I would think that, yeah, that the turret would get this. I can't really do much against this turret, so it's up to them.
There's a gate ahead. If you go through it and up the ramp, you can access the ballpark from the bleachers.
Sumner, I'm here.
Yeah, especially not having calculations in there won't take up that much. Will likely save like 10 minutes, hopefully.
If you lose Chinenko, back off and let me do my job. Fucking
Because yeah, I'll just do tactics, just the double tap.
I'm on the
What
End of story.
what the Scorpio can provide, and then also bouncing off the walls. And I'll leave the rest for inside of the video. I'll discuss or inside of gameplay, just the tapping with the Scorpio. I'll put in there, and then also I might even move the in-sync double fire into there as well. Here I'll miss my my hive quite a lot.
I see you at the ballpark, Agent.
That was spawn over there, so
Inside the
my
containment.
cam's going over there. Only caught one thing.
To get anywhere near
That was a miss. That was a long reload. I think I cancelled it once there. It's likely what happened there. But yeah, stuff like that where I can 3-shot a heavy and then just stagger him and give myself time to swap to crossbow.
Serious trauma
Oh.
detected.
I didn't see that the dog had
Agent
moved.
incapacitated.
But also that means that this person isn't safe where they are, likely. Hopefully he gets me before. The dog is shooting me, luckily for him.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Because usually I would put my hive back there.
System.
One of the annoying things is they're not destroying the turrets. And the turrets are actually quite annoying and will pin you down, as they are. Yeah. And there's no need to leave them up. The team should be the first thing that the team destroys. I'll try to catch this wave. I was out of position for the other one. I should have actually relocated. This wave will spawn now in a second, likely. There I do. Didn't catch them. They ran out pretty fast. I missed, but oh no, they didn't go into it. I don't want to let this medic roam. This turret is still up with several 5Ks. That's a little frustrating. Like at 5, the annoying thing is as well, I can't kill those. I would have to sit in front of that thing firing for several seconds.
Another angle would be better.
That's the boss. Oh no, that's not the boss. They blew up their backpack. Sure. Likely not by intention. I'll put the full debuff on the boss, trying to help my allies get through him a little bit. And hopefully, at some point, somebody will see that laser. Big bad laser. He healed at the very last second. The only player with me is that True Patriot, which has no damage, basically, so I just have to hold out. I'll keep him busy here. At the very least, I'm keeping him off my allies. And once that glass gets on target, he'll melt away. Oh, he has multiple med packs. He healed back up to full again. Let's see about getting a fire on him, but he's dead. And then hopefully... this is amazing to see that the turret survives to even after the boss fight. Like, guys, come on, kill it, please. It is still alive. I didn't actually even know you could complete... Oh, we're gonna actually, it turns out. We needed it to be destroyed.
Sumner! I can't fucking believe this shit!
I mean, Val is at least refarmable. It isn't targeted. It is a build that just requires time as well to get to that. So, one of the things that I often had with clanmates is they see me playing it and then they try playing it expecting the same results. And that, of course, very much is not the result you'll get the first 10 days. It's the same with PvP. A lot of people... one of the things that I always find aggravating almost is people go, I tried PvP and I didn't like it. The thing is, if you just try PvP, you won't like it. You have to play it for... I have to wait for the mission completion, as somebody said that person likely still watching the video. Everybody has to split that. I mean, just a number, but just also, yeah, in PvP, people going, I've tried it. You have to basically do it for a while because, yeah, you'll suck at the start. You won't know the spots and stuff where people set up. Wait, who's still in it? Is he still in it? Okay. I'm gonna drop group right away. I was on a rant that I... Oh yeah, you have to go for a few days and just get a little bit of practice in it. Because yeah, it's quite different from PvE. Because yeah, I think most people, if they play PvP or Eclipse or any of the builds that are have a little bit of a learning curve to them, usually after a while you'll actually get a right opinion on it, if you like it or not. If you, although of course some people know right away that, for instance, they'll never run a build outside of just a red build or something. They'll make a striker and that'll be all they run, which is quite fine if that is all you're after. Oh yeah, we have double XP, of course. That's why I'm getting this many levels. And that's juicy as well, nice and juicy. But yeah, Eclipse as well. You need some playtime on it. Yeah, of course, I have a ton of playtime as well. But yeah, just a lot of people just running it, having it, and just running it. You know, if you do hop on every other night on Division and you play 5 missions and that's it, just run 2 of those missions each night for some time as Eclipse. And after a while, you'll basically have an understanding of it. Also, it's very dependent on, one of the things I'm going to bring up as well is it's very dependent on game knowledge. So one of the things that very much separates an Eclipse that really helps versus an Eclipse that is just a little bit useful is if you know all the spawns like I do, all of my shots aren't reactive. Some of them are, of course. Sometimes just something escapes and I go reactive. But most of it, I lay it down in anticipation for the spawn. And that is, yeah, very much a very important thing. And that's actually going to be the subject of one of my upcoming rambling talks. It's actually going to be 3 videos away. Well, 4 videos. Well, yeah, it's going to be the 4th one from now. 3 and then that one. Of talking about gear or builds that make sense for advanced players versus new players, which also I did a little bit in one of the earlier rambling talks, where I talk about, for instance, the Headhunter build not being that useful to newer players, where it is objectively a very strong build, but it's also objectively you need the knowledge of where stuff spawns. And if you don't have that, then it's a lot worse. So an advanced player can pick that build up and be really good at it right away. Where recommending that to someone super new that doesn't have that knowledge, he's better off with a red build until he has that. And stuff like that. So, which will also hopefully be a decently interesting video, I hope. We catch up if I missed anything. And hello there, Xander. Yeah, just put me in the background and run some missions on your own as well. Because you can catch up that way. And yeah, the double tap to ignite, yeah, that's going to be one of the tactics that I will definitely show.
Thank you, Agent.
And yeah, you're not the only one. I always like it a lot when, especially in the Discord, in Ask Community or Build channel, it comes up that you can double tap to ignite. You will always have several people chiming in of like, oh, wait, really? I never knew that. And some of them are several thousand. And some of them run EP. As we saw yesterday, for instance, I gave up my EP spot to someone else, and they were shooting the camps. Yeah, exactly. As Xander says, well, just trying to learn all the spawns and stuff. It is a really useful thing. Also in the open world, for instance. Well, convoying is of course now a little bit dead, but for back then that was very important. As I'll matchmake into the next one, just to warm up a little bit more, and then in around half an hour I'll start on. Is Camp White Oak invaded? It is. Okay, so it's an invasion one. And this mission is very dependent a little bit on my team, so I'm hoping I get good team players.
Enemy transmission intercepted.
So I personally, for what secondary weapon to use, basically. So Pyro doesn't make sense at all. Having extra 25 amplified sounds like a good thing, but it is useful on red players if they run alongside of you. But it's 25 amplified of basically nothing. Capacitor will beat it quite handily. So if you want to do damage as well, capacitor makes a lot of sense to take that. But yeah, especially of course if you're handling Scorpio. I always have in sync weapons. I have in some of the build pictures perpetuation weapons, of course the everlasting gaze, specifically as I list my way through it. And also I'm having deja vus to a few days ago, of course, where... Oh, Cool Skills isn't active. Okay. I'm gonna swap my hive to Disrupt. Because yeah, that's quite useful against Black Tusk. As this guy runs up to me.
Medical assistance needed. System curtailed.
That wasn't the greatest outcome, but also I'm surprised that not all of them is dead. He sees I'm crawling to him. I'll get up. I'll disrupt. Because I don't really see why they are struggling. Although, yeah, I see it now. We're surrounded. Dog's back up. But we shouldn't be. Why did they put their backs towards a heavy? Is a question that I have at this moment. And maybe I shall find an answer. I shouldn't be peeking. My health gate is gone. I can't really get those guys with that heavy behind them. I can't easily chain him either, but he's basically dead. So I should just... He was... Oh no, that's the other guy. But yeah, this doesn't fill me with confidence. But yeah, so... yeah, Future Perfect can be used. I usually put that on the pistol and sometimes try to sneak in a Future Perfect for overcharge. Because yeah, overcharging is very useful. But yeah, basically I main the Scorpio. I basically use that in sync as well, just for some parts. For instance, with the Lincoln boss to shoot out his backpack. But for the most part, I use it for re-firing, which is... in the masterclass, I lay that out basically. While they're on fire, I hit them with in sync, get a stronger fire, and that will overwrite whatever fire I have. So while they're burning, I can put in even more fire on them. Shock rounds on my secondary. As I'll open up here. As I'll also put in a few shocks just over that way. I was very much waiting for that wave. Usually we get to that point a lot faster. In a second, I will actually inspect my allies and see why we're struggling. Because we shouldn't be. This almost feels as if it's a team that is... So here the heavy, I have proximity on it, so he'll be focused on me. So I'm just hiding behind a pillar, making him put his back towards my... We have a glass red with the rifle. We have Headhunter Shocker Punch, which doesn't make any sense. And we have a 2-piece striker trying to be a 3-piece striker with a ninja bag, and that's also doesn't... So, especially trying to go for 3-piece striker. Like, that didn't work when just 3-piece was a thing.
Leave it to me, sir.
And so there is the final room before the cabin, before the boss fight, which will likely be quite the issue with this team. Let me actually catch up a little bit on there. It's a little bit behind there. Well, the game does actually show that double tap. But it's basically under commands of it. Nobody. I mean, I feel that very few people look there, but the reason I know it is because yeah, I did read that stuff. As the nerd that I am, I did read the manual. I'm hoping they will kill this mini tank because yeah, it will stay alive for a while otherwise. I'm just gonna wait. It was a little bit too close in a very obvious sense. I'm gonna disrupt that guy because he's dangerous. The Valtix will likely kill him anyway. If more people here go towards this cabin, because there's 2 chests up there, I'll go as well. But if they don't, I won't. Because it's dangerous. It's dangerous. This guy's going. One's going, I'll go as well. And this guy's also, I believe, the glass red, and he's really the only high damage dealer alongside of me, so... It's useless to be in there without him anyway. Yeah, the other player does not have the awareness to see that he's he's all alone in there. Try to catch something down there, which I don't. But I'll push in and get that out at least. Mostly because I want to be able to easily get this. I have a crossbow bolt, I'll pop the heavy. See someone in the minigun, which is dangerous to my teammates, but they get him already. Try to catch that wave. Got something. Oh.
Immediate medical
I'm gonna
assistance
just
needed.
hide in the corner. and hello to you too as well, Jess. Thank you for joining again as well, as we have all the regulars here, which is always nice to see. Oh, I didn't have a health gate there, so but I'll wait for this guy to
Action.
get up and then he'll get me.
Agent down.
I mean, no, mostly because of the bad layouts. Because even if you want to, for instance, let's say he's trying to get proficiency on the ninja back, even then, just four-piecing the striker will yield a lot better results, for instance. Also, I'm willing to bet if I actually go in here and actually, yeah, they're well. So this is the only real build. This is just bad choice. Actually, what this is this is for proficiency. This is a Regulus build, but then yeah, with the Doctor Home and the Shock Punch instead of the Dutch City holster. But this really doesn't make sense, and there's proficiencies already on it, so or expertise grades on it, so he's proficient with them. Yeah, just warming up here a little bit as yeah, going in cold on Eclipse is not the greatest feeling. There's shock rounds back here somewhere. Or is that only on non-invaded? That's only on non-invaded. Or we blew them up and I couldn't see it. As yeah, I did the non-invaded one, of course, pretty much a lot in a few days back. So I have refamiliarized myself with this place.
Luke, what's your
And
status?
here I hope somebody shoots this turret.
Fast. You got trouble headed your way.
I'll disrupt it just to give us some time as well.
End up dead a few minutes
But yeah, I very much want that turret gone. And yeah, the glass is shooting it. I only got the heavies. I was hoping to get the other guy as well, but I'll put some crossbow bolts towards those heavies as well. And then I'll go for the minigun, because here's the... that wasn't on target. Just,
Immediate medical assistance needed.
that was. One of the things you can do as well, if you disrupt enemies, disrupted enemies cannot be on a minigun. So it's also one of the ways to get them off. Yeah, both heavies should be chest broken, I believe. Which they are. They're bleeding through, so shouldn't be too much of an issue at that point. And yeah, the bad builds. I mean, there's obvious times that people are going for proficiency, six-piecing hardwired and stuff. Were very common when expertise came in. I've even done it myself, although I have done it with a group where somebody just yelled out that he's AFK for a second, which, I mean, just leave group at that point. Don't keep the scaling up and stay in here. Although hopefully it's just for a minute. He'll be back. I've done it just to try it. I did it with system corruption, equipping 6 pieces, mostly because I wanted to see how much one countdown gave, and it is actually up. It is an increased amount. There's a good Reddit post on it, but you also basically, the more pieces you equip, it's not just that you receive... There's a chest up there, but I want to stay with my allies. You want to... every piece that you extra put on, it's basically also an extra increase in percentage that you gain. So it's not just 1/6, it's basically 1/6 plus 7, like I think it's 11% if you have all 6 pieces be the same. So in that way, if your only goal is to increase proficiency levels, it makes sense. But then it doesn't, because you could just be running a decent build, providing support to your team, being useful to your team, and that's much more valuable than just a little bit more expertise. And none of the gear especially is hard to expertise. What usually ends up being the bottleneck in the end is the exotics and the DZ items, because you can't easily provide
System disrupted.
you can't easily just go by vendor basically, or drops. I'll see where he is in a second. He's behind me. I'll get him up. But yeah, this very much feels like a very weak team, which is going to be an issue later on with the sniper fight. And before I'm already dreading that part. I'm going to do that just to get that medi drone to stop. And luckily she was a red. If she was elite, she would not have staggered there. And yeah, we'll have the chopper here. I'm going to put my fire underneath it. Already put a fire cam over there. And I'll actually put a fire cam into that fire, and it'll ignite off of that, because I want to, if I were to ignite, I would ignite both, of course. I'm looking that way. Usually more stuff dies over there. Okay, no, that was too soon. I thought I saw movement. Yeah, there it is.
Just wrapped up.
Because yeah, I want to catch that boss, giving us some time to get up there.
Get crashed. We'll be ready.
It's basically a few extra seconds for the team before the boss starts harassing us really hard. Gonna put shock on this guy. With this, I will go after the boss, because the boss is actually very much. He'll put drones out. He'll put RC cars down. So if I can harass him, in the same way as with snipers, for instance, if I can harass him, he won't be able to do that. So it is useful here for me to go after the boss, where quite often the Eclipse should be focused on the ads. I'll disrupt as well. Trying to catch him. And there's one chest here which is placed the wrong way, so when it opens, it instantly drops. But yeah, that's facing the wrong way. It's nice and odd.
15 meters, so they'll be stuck in the open. Copy that.
I'll just pick these up and sort them later. If you're gonna check, is this the same guy? Yeah. Or well, if he was still on the same build, which he was. I'll open it and let people through. Do want to grab a med pack because I'm low already. Grab a grenade as well. I've used one, so.
I'm pinned down by the helo. Multiple snipers. My entire unit is out of action.
I'm gonna let my allies get a little bit closer and start off on him. Hopefully they kill him and it'll spread. I'm gonna go after the dog. Of course, I have no shot on him. He'll disrupt me in a second, which is annoying. I'll try to get this fire out before he does. That was lucky.
System reactivated.
Likely they'll spawn already, yeah, from the cabin. That worked out perfectly. I got there in time. And that's the thing with, like, when you know the spawns there, that could have been a wave that we have to fight. And instead of it, it became a wave that was just a farm. Same here again. I'll disorient that guy, and I'll already send my chem over there. Wait for some stuff to land in it, and start the barbecue. Both of the things I set on fire are elites, so they won't die from it and won't spread it. But my allies helped it along as well. Gonna go rush up. Next one is in the cabin there. Waiting for the door to open, hitting it. Going in, disrupting. There's a dog, so I'm hoping they kill everything on the pier, which is the thing shooting me.
Agent down.
I was hoping for my allies to take that aggro away, but they didn't. And I'll just wait it out here. There's only the chopper coming down, and they'll push up and get me.
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah, maybe I could have done more there, but to help out. But it's surprisingly weak. But I'm guessing that they're running out of ammo or something. What's still?
Assistance needed.
Is what is behind? Okay, like awareness, boys. I'm still surprised because the thing of the pier, which is that guy, he should have been visible because he was pulsed. Yeah.
An agent needs assistance.
I wish them the best, and I'll try with someone other. The team was just too weak. And I relied on them, and I shouldn't have. It wasn't their mistake that they didn't carry me. I expected them to help a little bit there, and they didn't. Which sometimes happens. It did look like it, yeah. Which is, yeah, of course, the piece that I'm after. I mean, they're not uncommon to see. It's just I don't have one.
Thanks for the business.
I'll get one eventually. Actually, I didn't even look today because yeah, I did log on a little bit earlier, but I didn't get much playtime. I was intending to actually make which I did start, a folder on the build showcase or the build collection of Eclipse, the same way that I've done for Strikers, with just having the builds in there. But I didn't have the time for it because something came up with work. Trying to see where Yuzina is. And Yuzina might very well not be on anything. That is quite common. Oh, it's on the tombs, which I think is also the daily mission. So I might run that a little bit later, or it might even come up as one of the ones with the build showcase. Because yeah, people do run the daily as well, the season pass daily. We have another 15 minutes till I start with the showcase. So I'm gonna grab one more heroic. Not as go into it with that sour note, but hopefully with a much more sweeter note. Yeah, I should definitely go in with purple builds. As we all know, running full purple builds increases your name drop rate by 28%.
What about the deal, man?
It's
What's the deal?
has been data mined.
The objective.
Grab those shock rounds so I can have them for later.
Agent down.
He has a hive. As I try to...
I think I spotted Dolores and a patrol moving toward the Ferris wheel. A number of Black Tuskers staying behind on the street. Looks like
Oh, we did ballpark earlier, right? Yeah, so this is the other one. And these are for the weekly, so they'll be popular this week too. They'll come up a lot. There's this chest back here. And these missions are actually pretty good for loot as well. Because, for instance, in this next room, I'll briefly actually inspect my allies.
Has joined.
Just quickly. That's not a choice. Although they're very low level, so that's fine. And the Heartbreaker with the dicey holster, that's not gonna work. But yeah, so loot-wise, that guy actually... Oh no, he doesn't know. But I'm gonna go for all of the loot, so I'll get them later. But yeah, there's a key chest here. So that one is, of course, gonna get got. This is so annoying always. That other one is right next to it, so it keeps hovering over it. Instead of trying to loot it, it will go into that one. And then there's so I'll send another cam that way, trying to catch some stuff. at the very least, I'll push in and disrupt. Because they did start the engagement already. As I try to catch that guy. Okay, do. And I'm gonna go over here, and this, you actually have to shoot out a yellow box back there to get in here, but you don't, as if you do that. Because yeah, I don't want all the loot, all the resources. I've used up quite a lot, so I'm building back up again. As I also have enough again for enough exotic components. I did do my weekly ritual basically, and I do have enough components again for one more grade 20 weapon, which will likely either be the Ravenous or the Eagle Bearer, because both of them are not the greatest, but just for the prestige. Pick up whatever this is. And there's one heavy that came down with a chopper, so that'll be definitely a heavy, wherever he is. There's also another chest back here that I'll go get. So even just going from here, there's 5 chests. There's 4 chests leading up to here. There's even another chest on the right side here. So these missions are actually decently okay when they have the loot that you want. Although of course you only can get it once, but running them once and getting all the chests will put it basically on par with Kantan almost. I mean, yeah, well, I'll just random matchmake, just which has become the tradition for it. Unless I'm doing a build that really is for solo play, which this one very much isn't. Oh, I hadn't caught that it was... Okay, that's also weird choices. Especially this seems like a... I can understand the thinking, but that doesn't work. Of going one-piece Heartbreaker, one-piece Striker, just for those first bonuses, because you give up more in that stat that you're missing out on. I hit the edge of something and didn't get it on target. And here as well, it's actually good that we got this place. There's actually a secret boss in this area, one that I'm guessing most players do know, but if they don't, as well, yeah, there's that yellow thing that opens this gate and lets you grab this loot, which is also a little less known. Gonna disrupt because it's just mechanicals remaining. But yeah, there's a secret boss here, Ratigan, and he's tied to shooting 5 rats, or 4 rats. 4 rats, specifically. So this guy with the glowing eyes in this corner, when I shoot him, the eyes go out. That means that it's been triggered. There is one up there, which is the second one. And then in the next room is the third one, and then by the laptop later on is the 4th one. Wonder what made him caught... Oh, okay, it was just a world hazard. Hoping that basically spreads. In the meantime, I'll shoot the 3rd one, which is up there. You can see the red glow. No. I'll go grab the loot. Yeah, you have to hit that 4th one before everybody, or before the laptop gets hit. So in this place, I usually rush in just to be the first there, usually. Because I'm leaving loot behind, I see in the background actually on the minimap there, but screw that. Because yeah, this is the 4th one, and you have to hit this before somebody hits that laptop. Otherwise, it doesn't work. I'm gonna stand here. Actually, I'll grab a hive, because later on I really want to have. And here as well, I'm going to put my hive there for the next waves. I'm going to stand by this door because somebody needs to basically go towards this door to trigger the next part. So I'll do that. Because from here as well, I can hit this wave. And having destroyed those 4 rats, we'll get a boss at the last wave here, where normally you wouldn't. And yeah, it's 1 extra named for basically no work, so I always grab them. Because yeah, with this wave that spawns from there, we'll have Ratigan, the king of rats.
Just spotted Dolores under patrol on the boardwalk. Looks like they barely managed to pass by a group of cleaners.
And it's also one of those things that sometimes in world, sometimes someone goes, whoa, wait, what was that name? And then that shows that they actually paid attention, that they've run the mission before, and then now they're paid attention and noticed that something was different. Yeah, we have a Resident Evil Easter egg here as well, with the typewriter set up in a safe room. I'm gonna engage on them. I'm gonna push up as well and put my hive over there, even though I'm getting dangerously close to the boss, of course, but it's fine. Well,
Vital sign.
it wasn't fine. As the narrator chimes in. But they blew him up. That's what happened there.
Spread the fuck out. Cleaners, division, whoever the hell is in our way. Empty a fucking mag in their head.
Yeah, here as well, there's 3 crates. And yeah, that's one of the cool things with some of these missions, is they're really resource and loot heavy, actually.
That contact right
If you get it all, if you know them all, then there's actually a lot of value to sometimes running them. But yeah, the DC missions especially aren't as aren't as well loaded. Yeah, and doing the dailies and weeklies and stuff is just on top of other XP that you are going to get. So you still basically get your mission completion XP and stuff, and on top of it, you get a little bit of a bonus, and that adds up over time. Same like having directives on most of the time. It's and especially if it's something that you do enjoy anyway, a mission or something that you do enjoy, then why not? Because also usually more people will be going towards our mission, so you'll get it popping up. So for instance, Coney would not show up likely like it is now without.
What the fuck is going on?
We have 2 dogs. Oh, I almost tried to pulse, but that of course was not an option anymore. I want to get my hive actually closer. I pulled it out by accident because I wanted on that door. They'll spawn from there in a second. But I should have gotten more on fire. But I'll delete this wave to make up for it. And also the weekly starting out is especially worth doing because, yeah, those SHT calibrations, even though you can farm them with Countdown, you get even more. And they give a blueprint as well. And also the dailies give specialization points as well. So especially for, you know, starting out, it's well worth doing. So the weeklies give a blueprint, and the usually I believe the dailies and the weeklies give blueprints. I think they state what they give, so check it there. Yeah, in my case, for instance, if I do them on 4 characters, the daily, then it adds up a little because it is like, especially the season pass daily is like half a level, I think. Or even more than half of a level. It's so if it's on a mission that I like anyway, and I'm gonna do it 4 times anyway, I'll do that and then get benefits quite a bit from it. Yeah, I'm gonna set this wave on fire and go after one more chest here. And I always feel that this here is something, it is more than just it is. Because, yeah, there's this teddy bear tied to this truck that I smashed through here. I always feel this is something, but I don't know.
Fucking coward. And I'll show you exactly how.
I brought it up in the
We're done here.
somebody who can look at triggers inside of the world geometries, and they believe there is nothing there. Which also could be that, yeah, it's just an Easter eggy kind of thing, and isn't an actual thing. Here as well, so one of the tricks of always, you can shoot stuff into the boss arena, which I'm doing there, and then I'll jump down, and once they kick this in, I'll ignite them and catch a wave right away.
Who's up for killing some division agent?
So this is one of those, same like with Bank, you can do that here. I always push to the left side here. There's a wave that's in a second going to spawn from back there. I can catch them from here. They're coming over that gate over here. And the next wave is spawning here. And by me going where I am, I'll basically help with that wave and then delete this wave. And then in a second, there'll be a heavy and a... I actually thought I ignited it already. So I'm grabbing my... Yes.
Agent needs assistance.
Here's our heavy friend. Usually all of my hive gets used up. It didn't. Because, yeah. And then I'm going to put my hive there because the boss spawns from exactly there in a second. Usually, if the chopper was closer or easier to hit for me, I would have put one there as well. And then I put two here and intercept them. And make this basically going from an actual fight, intended fight, to we're done.
Come in. Fuck.
And that's, yeah, that's where eclipses can be strong.
Son of a bitch.
Because, yeah, no other build could.
The Black Tusk, he suckered us too.
A mortar maybe could do that as well.
At least
But not to that strength.
find out what he knows. It's
Even if the reds were in position the whole time,
with Chernenko's intel,
could have. I'm gonna give these people a GGC around because they're pretty good. As we get the weekly trigger off of this as well.
An
So
agent.
depart to DC, which will also leave the group. So I'll take a sip.
Safe area entered.
Swear an oath that means something. No matter what.
Oh, somebody asked about in the group chat there of doing the next Coney, but we already had it, of course, and usually people do them in order, so which is ballpark first. I'm gonna clean up this character, and to do that, I'll pop these caches as well. As we'll then move on to starting on the build showcase. And yeah, for most of the parts, I'll.
See you.
Because I'll be recording basically what I'm streaming as well. So for most of the, or well, all of the parts actually, once I go into doing the showcase, I will actually toggle my camera off because I don't want that to be part of the build showcase.
Business.
On YouTube, I don't mind showing my face, just the stream segments or something. I want to actually to go check Countdown if I had any left there, but just grab those as well. As yeah, we're basically cleaned up. I'm actually gonna turn off the directives I have currently on because for the intro will take this character into, because I'll do the intro on this character. This very much is my Eclipse character. My first Eclipse build was on this character, so now of course all of them have one, but she still has basically what I consider the baseline one, the general one. And I'm gonna actually go into Federal, and we're gonna go partway into the mission because the background that I want to use for the intro is there. So yeah, so for the parts of it, I will. We have a named group there, but I don't care enough to be in there. And no, it is not these white cubes, if you're thinking that. I should set the mission, actually. Before I go in. And I want to have Heroic on just for when like when it shows up that doesn't show normal. I'm not going to solo in there with an Eclipse, but I will grab
To find out what happened to the team that went to try to repair the
my ammo appears to be bugged,
shelter should be beneath your current position. Find a way down there.
which is annoying. Which I'm just gonna reset. Inside the mission boundary, of course. I'll just reset the world. That usually fixes it. Usually. I have no extra ammo is the issue at the moment, so once I basically complete these rounds, I can't reload. And it will usually be bugged in that way. And so I'm just going to reset the world. Hopefully that'll fix itself, and then we'll go in. Gonna do basically part way of this mission to where some nice looking fire is, and then I'll do the intro there. And yeah, for those who didn't catch the FI, Red FI that I also did live, I basically just do it in segments. I have I'll do an intro, I'll do a segment of all of the layout basically, then a segment of tactics for this one, no, not calculations for this run. And then 2 segments of gameplay, and that will likely take a little bit because sometimes I will take several runs before I get one that I'm happy with both my commentary and what happens in the mission. And even sometimes stuff like somebody, you know, yelling profanities in the chat has also made sometimes. And I want to get a segment with this build, one segment with the glass chested EP, because that has become a lot more. Oh, I still have that ammo bug, but hopefully when I grab ammo in a second, it will have fixed itself, because yeah, we do have an ammo chest at the bottom of the elevator here in a second. I'm not going to loot here because we might get this mission, and then during it, usually as well, I want to show all the loot. Which actually usually I warm up with a different character than I will use for the build showcase, which well, I didn't remember. I remember that now, and that's a little bit late. So if we do get Coney and stuff, I won't be able to show all of the, at least on this character, I won't be able to show all the spots. The glass build is on a different character, so that one I have done nothing on today. So ammo isn't fixed, so I'll be ACSing my way there. Which is fine. The ACS has enough ammo to get there. Worst case, I have a pistol. Which, even on the striker, kind of works. Actually, I got the finisher there as well. Impromptu pistol run. Now let me actually empty this thing. And then no. Then yeah, so holos holos heroics, solo heroics are pretty easy as I stumble over my own words.
Human remains detected. Identified as division agents.
There's no way the outcasts could have taken out an entire squad in a fair fight.
I'm pretty certain they can actually take out a squad in a fair fight. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen, Manny. Where is... Oh, wow. She was well hit. Oh, yeah. Solo. They spawn upstairs, all of them. But I left that shock thingy just so I can do exactly that. There's basically a shock on the wall that you can use there. The new meta, strikers with pistols, even on the even on the tech tank.
You can use the computer to sync Isaac with their comm system. Hopefully we can get a 20 on our team, if they're in any shape to answer.
Yeah, that's a bleed through bug from
Established.
from the ammo directive. It's not invaded. There's no chest there.
Manny, thank God.
And also, I'm not grabbing any chests.
Left on our team.
Because yeah, also no AR ammo is dropping, which normally would happen, of course.
Connected to the national network, but before I could get back,
And yeah, the place I'm going to use, of course, is very much this.
Extreme heat.
Do you catch on fire when you go in it? Of course you do. Okay, that makes sense.
There should be an access hatch to a lower level of the bunker.
I'm considering one thing. Let me see. Because she does have this. Which... Well, she needs to actually face where I'm facing her. Oh, turn back around and then put them on. Because yeah, that's a hazard protected build, so I kind of like this. Even though, is it not fully? Is it not fully? I think it's not fully. No, it's 90%. But what I can do, of course, is there's a mod in here, anti-disrupt, likely, because that's what that build is set up as. Oh, it's not actually. But when I put one more burn resistance in here, and I have one, luckily, this character can stand in this fire and not care at all. Although, of course, visually this isn't an EP. I kind of like that look. So I am going to go with it, and then I'll step out of it, equip the build, and then start talking about it. Yeah, I mean, I would say most people, of course, like that's the thing you put it together for. I'm going to see if I can find maybe a cooler angle, which might be something like this. Actually, is there an emote that may look good here? Yeah, you guys are getting a real behind the scenes, which I mean is of course how. I mean, I could do that the Michael Jackson thing, or Zen. Zen is the obvious one to pick. Zen is purple, I think. Is this one? So I want to have one that is continuous or just basically holds, because yeah, some of the emotes are very much one-time runs, and then some of them are very much continuous. Basically, they loop, and some of them you just hold a position. I'm looking for the Zen one, but yeah, this one's also an option with just well, actually, it's not the Michael Jackson; it's a Queen pose actually, but. Where is Zen? I feel this, yeah, Zen will. And whatever you have in your first slot is, you can actually set that in the photo mode, but you can then trigger it in photo mode. And I do go in photo mode just to remove all of the EUI. What I will equip is just a Scorpio, just to, I mean, then at least it's a Scorpio. Actually, the Zen will make the, I'm going to center myself a little bit better because, you know, you have to make it look right. And I always forget what button it is, but that's under more controls, and then play mode is V, and they'll play this first slot emote always. But you can set which one it is. So I'm going to take one step to this character's right, because the fire is less there. It looks like. Let's see. Yeah, that's actually no. So a little bit over here, because yeah, there seems to be like two columns going up, and now she's in the middle of them. Yeah, and then V. And then, so you also have the options, of course, of zooming and pulling out, and yeah, especially not having it just be just this 50mm setting of in the middle, which looks very bland. Just having it more fisheye or a bit more zoomed. Although, of course, you can't go too far back. So one of the things that, of course, like in real photography, you use is to have a little bit of distance and then zoom to create. A more appealing portraits and stuff, especially. But here, kind of like this. Although, I'm going to attempt one step to the left, to the right, because yeah, the one hand was basically more obscured by fire than the other one. So, and that looks a lot more even, I feel. Let me make sure that all of my browser stuff is set up correctly as I bring that up. So that I have the build collection, of course, that's going to be inside of the intro. And yeah, you can hide UI, which I need to do, of course. And yeah, I'm gonna go to the intro and my face will disappear. And during it as well, I won't have chat up, so but I'll catch up in between every segment. So yeah, I'm gonna make sure that I have the folder open where the recordings will go, so I can pull them into a folder, the segments that work. And sometimes I do a few takes of a segment. So if I stop, that basically means that I'm going to go into a second take of it, which quite often happens, of course. Looking that everything is set up, making sure that this browser, when I click it, will work. And I want to actually select which one? 3 point something, 3.6 likely, 3.5. Just as the selected one, just to show up there, which is the main build of this showcase. And yeah, I'm gonna do my spiel, making sure that the browser is all hooked up as well, game backup, so it's running at full frames. Okay, make sure that my key bindings work. They do. So yeah, gonna go into take one of the ins. Actually, let me see. Is this better? Ooh, I like that. With also the flames in front. Okay, going into take one. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on the Fire Eclipse. And we call it the Fire Eclipse to differentiate it from the Foam Eclipse, which is the other popular Eclipse variant. And the Fire Eclipse is very much my go-to for groups and and I struggle over my words, so that'll be that take destroyed, and I'll go in once more as I also take a sip first as my lips are dry. Then we'll go into take number 2. Hi, I'm IKEA, and that was I have a very specific tempo that I try to hit for that intro, and that wasn't it. That was way too fast. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on a Fire Eclipse, as I of course have done a masterclass on this build style already, but I very much wanted to do a showcase on it as well, as some parts of it have changed as Electric has come into the game. And we call it Fire Eclipse to differentiate it from Foam Eclipse, which is the other setup. And Fire Eclipses, to me, are my go-to for group and groups and missions, and groups and missions and things and stuffs. For groups, for group content and actually, where does that sentence go from there? So for groups, where I try to support them and carry them. Okay, let's just say it like that. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to do a build showcase on the Fire Eclipse. And the Fire Eclipse is a build, of course, that I've already done a masterclass on, and that's already available on the channel. And we call it a Fire Eclipse to differentiate it from a Foam Eclipse, which is the other great setup that Eclipse Protocol gear set can be set up as. And Fire Eclipse is very much my go-to for heroics, especially in groups where I try to use it to carry groups through content, as it can make quite the difference, instead of just having even more damage, to have a build like this alongside of several damage dealers to CC stuff, do its own damage, and make content quite a lot easier. As always, with my build showcases, I'll be making extensive use of my build collection and several build pictures from there, and everything, of course, will be linked below, together with the masterclass. And as with all build showcases as well, I will be splitting it up into 2 chapters. In the first chapter, we'll go over the build layout. And for this build, calculations didn't really make sense. So instead, I'll be taking it into some tactics for it in the second part of the first chapter, where I'll be explaining some of the mechanics that you can use and may be important to know, as some people don't. And in the second part, in the second chapter, we'll go into some gameplay where I'll take 2 variants, a normal variant, or what I consider the normal variant, and a glass variant into some gameplay. as those are the two builds that we'll discuss today. Before we jump into the build layout, I want to make a little bit of a advertisement for myself. Yeah, so my idea there as well, after that intro, is I'll do a little segment, which I won't do now because I can't, because I want to have the footage from this stream, where I'll basically shill for the stream. Basically, I'll put a little bit of the stream segment and say, hey, this has been recorded live. Anybody that wants to come hang out, please do come hang out, and we'll have fun together and have cookies and roast some marshmallows as we are doing now. I'm briefly going to check how long that segment was, as I'll also delete everything that wasn't part of it. As I did stumble a little bit over my words, but I'm also fine with that. I very much want to be clear that I'm not scripting in any way. Some people don't. And in the second part, in the second chapter, we'll go into some gameplay where I'll take two variants, a normal variant, or what I consider the normal variant, and a glass variant into some gameplay, as those are the two builds that we'll discuss today. Before we jump into the build layout, I want to make a little bit of a advertisement for myself. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. That's 1 minute 43, and then I'll do a minute on stream. Come join me on the streams, basically. And then I'll go into the build layout. And then I think actually I'll just fade over and be with this in the background. Well, first off, while I'm doing that, I'll bring my face back. I'm going to make sure that everything here is correct, because I recalibrated, of course, a lot of parts, which I forgot actually to check, because we might need to go back to the White House. Although we have a checkpoint here, so if we fast travel outside of the mission and back, I did put everything back. I'm going to equip an Future Perfect weapon. So yeah, I had a Perpetuation, the one there, but I usually actually equip this Future Perfect one just to sneak in, and that's what I want to have there as well. I'm just briefly going to gather my thoughts and where I'm going to go with it, because yeah, I'll start with talking about the gear set, then I'll talk about the Val, then I'll talk about Electric and how that has changed stuff, and then go into skills, then go into weapons, and then go into specialization. That's the order I want to go in, and I might mess up, and you might see me go, weapons first, then skills, but I basically want to talk build, talk Val, well, talk build, the layout slots, talents, chest backpack, what the set does, and then actually chest backpack talents, then Val, then Electric, and then I'll talk as well that status effect is the best thing ever. And then yeah, weapons, shotguns, insane. Yeah, just I'll put myself here-ish. Trying to find a good angle where most of the screen is on fire, and my face is gonna go away, because yeah, then we'll come out of basically a segment of me shilling for the stream, and then we'll be here. Oh yeah, and I want it like that, of course. Making sure that everything's lined up correctly. And yeah, I'm gonna, and this usually will take a few takes, because I'll mess up somewhere along the way and then just redo the whole thing, because usually it gets better every time I do it. I'll think of new things. So yeah, I'm gonna hop into it. And well, I'm going to stop right away, because I want to actually have the build picture at the ready, which I'm going to check that lines up, because yeah, I'll be pulling that up in a second, and I don't want that to be fumbling with it being something else first. But actually, does this show up okay here? I'm considering if I want to put this at the start or at the end, where I just basically pull. Yeah, I'll do that at the end, basically. I'll do it at the end of the layout of go to the masterclass to get a masterclass instead of just a showcase. The fire in the background is actually a little bit distracting, but I kind of like it. It's fine for this. It's fitting. So yeah, I'm gonna check that my keybind works just to make sure, and take another sip. Yeah, indeed. Welcome to my only tips stream, where we only give the tips. We mean the tips. Is the tagline of it, of course. Yeah, let's hop into the layout part. And here is the layout. This is what I would consider the normal eclipse, and usually what I call this is the eclipsiest eclipse that ever has eclipsed, which is a setup where we take the chest and the backpack of the eclipse together with a vial and one piece of electric. In this setup, we'll go with the chest and the backpack for their talents. As first to start off talking about Eclipse itself, on the 2-piece we get some status effect, on the 3-piece we get some skill haste and hazard protection. They're useful stats, but not the most important part of this. And in the 4-piece, as we are set up here to use the entire gear set, we get this indirect transmission, which is that your status effects now spread on kill to all enemies within 10 meters and refresh 50% of the duration. And what this means is whenever you apply any status effect, so that can come from skills, but even if you do it with a weapon, for instance, or just you blow up a barrel in the open world where the fire will spread from, if something catches on fire from it, even that will spread. And this on kill is from any source. It can be you, it can be your status effect, it can be your ally. So in whatever way that they die, they will spread it. It is within 10 meters, so that is a 20-meter circle around the enemy and 50% of the duration. And then we're taking the chest to increase that 10 meters to 15 meters, so it's a 30-meter circle around the enemy, and the 70% of the duration goes along with it. And that makes it quite strong. This is quite a big circle, so everything that, for instance, here especially, we're using fire as our main source of damage. Anything that's on fire, when they die, they spread in a pretty big circle, and each time they lose a little bit of the duration, but it carries along a decent duration. So that's what we're using the chest for. The backpack talent provides us with amplifies all damages you deal to status affect the targets by 30%. So this is in the same style as glass or opportunistic, where it is, in this case, it is conditional to status affected enemies, but if you're doing it right, everything is status affected. And this is only your damage, to be clear. This is not damage of allies or anything, but it is 30%, which is quite a lot. And this does apply, for instance, to your fire, to your bleed, to any status effects you apply, to your weapon as well. So this is quite strong, and that's why we usually do go with the chest and the backpack. Then we take the vial mask, and the vial mask is very much a strong piece to add in here because it, what it does with this toxic delivery is your status effects also apply a damage over time debuff for 10 seconds, and that's 50% of your concussion grenade damage. So that is the damage of this grenade, the concussion grenade, the base grenade. And that is quite a decent amount, and it also scales off of your status effect attributes as well. And we take this because it adds in a little bit more damage to everything that we status effect. Our main goal is to status effect as many things anyway. It's going to spread even, and even when it spreads, it also engages this. So it is actually quite a strong extra piece of damage, but it isn't your main damage. This is just on top. This is the cherry on top. And that's also why, just to discuss that here, increasing that concussion grenade damage that some people claim is a good choice by either going China Light or going with Demolitionist as the specialization isn't actually worth it, mostly because it also increases by your status effect attribute And also, when you're doing that, you're decreasing the damage of your main source of fire, usually. And that doesn't make sense, really. It is actually, you lose damage. It may seem like a decent idea, but in effect, it just doesn't work out. And to then go to the remaining piece that we have, we used to always have Golan as the recommended piece, but Golan, of course, has been completely superseded by Electrique, as Electrique comes with a yellow core, and that makes it so much easier to farm than the Golan that came with a blue core. So with Golan, you had to find a piece that had both of the stats on it already, and then recalibrate the core to become yellow, so you could use it together with all of the specializations. And not just technician. And that made it quite a hard piece to get. With Electrique, that has become so much easier, and that has made Eclipses in general much easier to farm, and has even made the second build that we're going to discuss in this showcase quite a lot easier to get, which is a glass variant. With Electrique, in this case, I have recored the scores because sometimes I want to take a blue core. If I do go technician with it for fighting black desk missions. But in general, I would just recommend finding a piece, putting status effect and skill haste. The other option here is to go skill damage. As to explain what the stats, the three main stats that you'll go after are status effect, which applies to all of your status effect skills, which is, of course, your main thing that you're trying to do. Skill damage will apply to all of the damaging skills and will increase, for instance, with the fire chem, will increase the burn damage as well. But status effect, instead of skill damage, will increase it by the same amount of burn damage, but also add into burn duration with status effect, and skill damage only adds into that burn duration. So it is a secondary choice you could make alongside of status effect, but it shouldn't be the main thing that you go for. Status effect is the main stat you'll go for, and then you pair it with either skill haste or skill damage. In my case, I much prefer skill haste usually, because one of the main things that I feel Eclipses lack is actually skill haste. Running really fast through some of the shorter missions that are really packed, for instance, Lincoln, you will usually start running out of charges towards the end, especially on a less knowledgeable Eclipse that doesn't know where everything is spawning and is playing reactively. You'll use a lot more charges. And that does make the skill haste my preferred choice. And to move on to the skills. The main skill to me for Fire Eclipse is the Fire Chem Launcher, Fire Starter Chem Launcher, as it is very much a tool that I much prefer over the Fire Sticky, which is one of the other choices that a lot of people do go for, the Burn Sticky Bomb. I much prefer the Fire Chem, and that is mostly down to it having ammo. The Fire Sticky will have basically is available every 16-ish seconds to start a fire with. But with the fire cam, I have 8 charges, and that means that I can set multiple waves on fire in short duration, which you will likely see me do quite often in the gameplays coming up. And that to me makes the fire cam my tool of preference. I will be also using it, and in the tactics session, we'll go over some of the things that some people miss quite often about it. So especially check that part at the very least. And then I pair it usually with, for me, the Stinger Hive, as also you may notice, as both skills are expertise to 20, so they have been, they are that popular with me that I have chosen to spend a lot of expertise grades on them and exotic components on them. And the Stinger Hive is very much a tool that I use to delete a wave, basically, once in a while, or to area deny. And it isn't the greatest damage dealer, but it is one of the good damage dealing choices alongside of the fire cam, and I very much am a fan of it. But at points, I might take a Firefly, the Blinder Firefly to blind with, Jammer Pulse to jam with, the Shock Trap to shock with, and not much else actually. Sometimes people, or EMP sticky actually as well, to long range shock with, or long range disrupt with. Some people choose to double fire, basically taking a burn sticky and the fire cam. I wouldn't recommend that. One source of fire is plenty enough. I very much like to have basically two tools, and especially having fire and bleed alongside of each other. Even if the bleed is weak, it adds on top, basically acting as even more of a Val. And yeah, that is very much my choices for it. What I would recommend especially is to have the burn strength mod inside of the fire cam, because that applies to both stats. And on the other mods don't really matter. On the mod slot for ammo, you can go ammo or skill haste. In the stinger, you basically have, well, this is really the only option of going damage and stinger charges, and then this third one of either duration or health. Neither really matters, so just pick whatever there. Especially having 4 more stinger charges is a really handy thing. If we move on to the weapons, you will see that I'm using 2 shotguns, and especially the shotgun is important here as it has this damage to armor, which will apply to our fire. Damage to targets out of cover will not. Damage to health will not. So damage to armor is a stat that, yeah, will increase our fire damage by even more, which is quite handy. And I'm using an in-sync shotgun, and that is for one trick that I very much use it for, which is to extend the length of my fire, and I will likely discuss that in the gameplay. The other one, and that is really the choice that you have with Eclipse, is what exotic do you take? In my case, I'll be taking Scorpio, basically exclusively, as I very much like the Scorpio, as it applies status effects of its own, and especially that one-shot poison. It can be a really handy tool to stagger red and purple enemies and then set them on fire quite easily. The other option that you have, and that's basically the thing that dictates what you go with, is the capacitor. And the capacitor, of course, also has that damage to armor, which is, it being an AR, it should have damage to health there, but it has damage to armor. And specifically because then, yeah, it can be used a lot more effectively on skill builds. And it increases skill damage by quite a lot and gives you a lot of weapon damage. And that makes it a usable choice because, yeah, skill damage does increase your fire damage as well, where the Scorpio really is only there to debuff enemies and can, of course, give that group debuff on 7 shots. But to get to 7 shots, that basically means it's mostly saved for named enemies. But you basically choose one of the 2 exotics. For me, I go with the Scorpio, and that in gameplay may become apparent why I do. But if you're trying to min-max your damage, your capacitor is not the wrong choice. And then you basically pair that with a weapon that fits with it a little bit. So in my case, I'm going with the Scorpio, so I then want a tool to increase my fire damage, to overwrite my fires intermittently when I can. And what I also take is usually a future perfect weapon. And that is one of the other talents that you could even take on the main weapon. Together with as well perpetuation is one of the options. And where you basically put those doesn't really matter. I could have this be the in-sync weapon and then have future perfect there. I like having future perfect on the pistol because sometimes I can sneak in a shot and just get a last shot on an enemy, MOBA style. And with it, because we are 6 skill tier, we will gain an overcharge. And overcharge, especially on the Hive, will give it a very large, because if you actually go into the skills and scroll all the way to the bottom here, it will state what they gain when they overcharge. And in this case, the Hive is unique in that it gets a ton of skill haste, and of course damage and stuff as well. But it gains a ton of skill haste, so I can use that to recharge it very quickly. The Fire Cam gains a lot of radius, and then also its damage will increase by quite a lot. So yeah, when you can sneak one in, it is quite handy for that. And that's usually the weapon layout and how it matters. One thing you can do as well nowadays is with St. Elmo. You can load it up till you have the shock rounds and then intermittently tap stuff with shock, which can be useful for some of the global events, for instance. If we then move on to the specialization, my specialization of choice, as especially I use Eclipses in groups, is Survivalist, as Survivalist provides a group buff to status affected enemies that your allies get, that they deal 10% more damage to them, which is very strong. And also it has flame grenades, and also it has the crossbow, which I quite often will use, and I'll discuss that in the gameplay. The other real option is to go with the firewall and the flamethrower, as in there you do gain fire duration as one of the talents, and especially solo, if you are going to use Eclipse solo, which isn't my thing. I have other builds that I prefer more solo, but it is a very strong choice for solo, so you can use it that way. But yeah, it provides with more burn duration, but it is more personal damage basically, and less group damage, and is an active choice that you can go for, because yeah, the flamethrower is quite useful as well. The other option as well is to go Gunner, and Gunner is very much only, you go that way for the Banshee Pulse, which is a really great tool, which I won't be discussing here, but if you are interested in that build, it is featured in the masterclass, where it's one of the builds that I show off, and it is very strong. And it also gets a foam grenade, giving you a source for foaming enemies. You could even go TAC 50 for the blind, but a blinded Firefly will do that and better. Technician can provide you with EMP grenades, and sometimes I do use that for going up against Black Tusk, where I will basically recore that core on the electric that I have to blue, just so I don't waste skill tier, and then go in with having those EMPs come, or using those EMP grenades to EMP around while keeping my fire and my hive. And yeah, Demolitionist, as I said, is actually a choice that a lot of places shows up on Eclipse, and I would not recommend it. It does increase the vial ticks. It has that bleed grenade, but it's a very weak bleed. So it's actually, yeah, not a good fit, I feel, for Eclipses. But yeah, so what I would recommend is especially Survivalist, Gunner, and a Technician for groups, and each of them for their specific thing. The Banshee Pulse is really nice. The EMP grenade is really nice. And if you do want to use Eclipse solo, then Firewall makes the most sense, as it provides you with the most benefits for it. And now, having discussed all parts of this build, let us jump on over to the range, where I'll discuss some of the tactics. Yeah, I feel that was a little bit long, but I'm happy with it. I stumbled a few parts here and there, but nothing too horrible. I'm going to see how long it is, and it's not as bad as I feared. It's 16 minutes and 20 seconds, which, yeah, for a build that long, and I shouldn't have gone that in depth on specialization. That was more of a that really was hanging around too much, and I didn't explain the fire cam stats. But also, yeah, that's very much more of a masterclass thing, maybe, as well, of how you can read the stats there. I'm going to just go to the end of the video, and the Banshee Pulse is really nice. The EMP grenade is really nice. And if you do more, and now, having discussed all parts of this build, let us jump on over to the range, where I'll discuss some of the tactics. So it's open, because yeah, I usually want to check what my wording there was, just so I can, make it as a whole together. If I say, so I don't repeat the same sentence twice, basically. So there I went where we will talk about the tactics. So here I'll just start off by, and I'll bring my face back for a second while we're fast traveling there. I didn't even bring up the build picture at all, which isn't that much of an issue. I'll bring it up with the introduction with the build, because I feel I hit all parts. I'm just briefly gonna jump through it, and because yeah, I discussed the skills, I discussed what I wanted to do there. Could have shown the build picture to show the stats, but I'll do that as basically, but yeah, that's one of the downsides of doing it unscripted, as I do. As I'll also briefly check if my audio is out of sync, which it isn't. Okay, good. Where I sometimes forget to do stuff like that, but I basically did say status effect everything, and then and then you have choices. So just to gather my thoughts here, I want to talk about, of course, double tap ignite. I want to talk about bouncing it off the walls. I want to talk about the Scorpio. And I am considering talking about in sync as well. I should put these guys on hard so they don't die right away, which is annoying sometimes. And that's really the 4 things. I'll talk about the red lines as well, because that's also important, maybe. Yeah, I'll talk about, yeah. So, yeah, just making a little bit of a note there. I'll also just briefly check that the stream itself isn't on fire, which sometimes happens. Also, checking chat real quick. Let me make sure that I put those 2 segments in a folder so that they're so don't accidentally delete them, which has never happened before, of course. As my nose grows by several inches there. Okay, let's take my face back away. It would indeed, yeah, if basically that dog picture of this is fine. That's but then this is actually fine. But yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I completely forgot what I was gonna. I had 5 points. Let me actually. I wrote 2 of them down and then forgot the rest. But yeah, so double tap ignite, the lines, bouncing, Scorpio, and in sync. So that's going to be the tactics section basically of this. And then, okay, I'm going to basically jump into my spiel. And this one likely might not go in one take, as actually, yeah, that other one went pretty well in one take. And to discuss some of those tactics, I've come here to the range, of course, where we can do it in isolation and without being fired upon. So the first thing I want to show you, if you did not know, as quite often people do not, is what you can do, of course, with the fire cam is lay it down and then take out your weapon and then shoot at it or have someone else shoot at it. And if that is the way that you do it, maybe I am about to blow your mind, where if you put it down, and then just double tap the buttons on, it ignites. And that is a very important thing for the Eclipse to do, because it's always better basically to double tap ignite and get the fire going that way over trying to shoot it. There's really no reason to ever shoot it. And it is basically my way of seeing who knows when there's another Eclipse in the group and I'm not eclipsing. If they know their stuff or not is if they place it down and then shoot it, I basically know that they likely are not that familiar with the tools of the trade for an Eclipse. And one of the things that you need to note is that there is a little bit of a timing on it. So here I'm going to basically fire and just keep jamming on the key it's on. And it doesn't ignite basically right away. It has to land on the ground, disperse its gas, and then it will ignite. There's a little bit of a timing to it, depending on your latency as well to the server. It can be longer or shorter, especially I noticed that when playing with American players on US East or US Mid, where I'm in Europe, and a little bit more latency makes that take a little bit longer. The next thing I want to show is one of the handy things, and it is quite hard to see. In-game, it is a lot easier to see, is if you put your chem upon enemies, it goes red. Upon yourself as well, it goes red. And what you see in there, in that red area, if you kind of can see in there, is that there's lines leading from the center point to all of those enemies. And you can see those even through walls. So even if I put my chem there, and then if, let's say, this was a wall being in the way, I could hide behind here, see when stuff enters the chem by seeing those lines, and then ignite, and then kill everything. That's quite a handy tactic, especially for if you're ranging towards enemies and you're not sure if they're there. If it goes red, there is something inside of it at least. And if you leave it on the ground and then you see those lines pop up, basically, you then know that it's ready to be ignited. The next trick is one that's in gameplay, especially over time, you will find a lot of places where it's easier to bounce from a wall to get it onto enemies, or bounce from a ceiling, especially when they're above you. It is actually really hard to sometimes land shots if they are on top of a stairs, for instance, at the start of Lincoln. But what you can do is bounce it off a pillar next to them and land it on top of them. And the fire cam can bounce, the foam of course can't. And you can also do that actually with the grenade launcher as well. And it's a really handy trick to know, because quite often you can bounce it off the wall behind them or above them to land it on top of them. So instead of, if they were basically obscured in a little bit of a way, and this ceiling is very much annoying because yeah, it's not that well laid out, so it tries to catch on it. But yeah, if there's a balcony, if they're above you, if there's a sniper in a window, you can bounce it off the, if they have a roof above them, you can bounce it off that, land it on top of them, and kill them that way. Next up, I want to discuss why I very much like to have the Scorpio, especially. And that's not even to so much apply, while its status effects are actually handy. Its the Sorient and its shock are really strong. Its debuff at 7 shots is really strong. But what I really use it a lot for is especially on red and purple enemies, even hitting them with a pellet, so there it's not really that well aimed, but just hitting them with one pellet and them getting that poison on them will make them stagger. And what I'm in the habit of doing is to just, upon a wave spawning, basically, if I haven't intercepted them at the door, which sometimes you can't, or they come running towards you from somewhere, is I'll try to tap a red, swap over to my cam, land it on him or near him, and then, because he'll be staggered for quite a few seconds, so it's quite an easy shot. And that's what I really use the Scorpio for a lot, to just intercept enemies, make them stagger for a second. That second is more than enough for me to pull out my chem and then ignite them real quickly. And that's a habit that I've gotten into for a long time. So for that reason, I prefer it a lot over the capacitor. But the capacitor is a valid choice if you're going for damage. And the last thing I want to discuss is if I take actually an invulnerable enemy here, and I did not set that up, but we'll do that right here, is that you can use in sync to extend the time of fire. Because one of the things that I also feel that a lot of people don't know is that with status effects, a stronger damage status effects, for the status effects that do deal damage, a stronger one will overwrite a weaker one. So if, for instance, they get set on fire by a fire grenade from maybe you or one of your allies, you can actually, so the duration is ticking down there, I'll put a fire cam underneath them, and that basically put a fresh fire on them. So usually as well, you can use the flame grenade to catch a wave at the door, because the flame grenade, of course, is a longer duration. It just stays on the floor, just lingers on that place, where a cam is, of course, a one ignition and then stuff catches on fire. So you can use a flame grenade at a door, especially doors where people rush out, catching them in the place. Then you put a fire cam on them to do an actual good fire, because the flame grenade is a very weak fire. But what you can do as well is by increasing the damage of your fire. So that's just to show how weak the flame is from the grenade, which was around 70k, where my actual fire is around 300-ish k, and that's even here without any group bonuses or anything like that. But what you can do as well is do the same with InSync. So here I'll set this enemy on fire. While he is burning, I'll hit him with InSync, triggering both ends of InSync. I have a stronger fire now, and when I reignite him, I'm igniting him with a fresh duration fire, overwriting the other one. And that's why the reason why I don't choose to go firewall. I can extend my duration by using that trick quite a lot. And especially with several elite waves where they spawn and one fire may not be enough time for them all to be killed, I can use that to extend the time that they are on fire, which is quite a useful trick. And I'll be likely using all of these tricks in gameplay, depending on which missions we land on. As yeah, I will briefly introduce the first build that we'll be running in a second, and we'll take it into some gameplay. I am quite happy with that one. A few stumbles, but yeah, those are given. At this point, people should know that. I just want to recatch my last sentence there. As yeah, that was 7 minutes. 7 minutes 30. And we'll take it into some gameplay. We'll take it into some gameplay. Yeah. So yeah, that's also a free one, so I can. And what I'll do is go into the shared space here and use that area to. Trying to think if there's anywhere where there's another like fire. Because yeah, there's later on inside of Federal. Let's see if my checkpoint is still active. Because I could take it deeper into that one room where we turn on the valves to... yeah, especially... okay, so we took too long. We took over 15 minutes and our checkpoint got taken away. So I won't go through that entire thing again. What I'll just do, I'll do it in the shared space here, which is usually where I'm at. Because yeah, I'll give the build a little bit of an introduction and also just to bring up the build picture. And then we'll matchmake, take it into some gameplay, and hopefully get some decent footage pretty quickly. And then I'll give the glass one basically the same kind of intro of it, and then also take that one into gameplay. But yeah, the intro segment of it is going to be separate of I kind of like this actually, which is the White House a little bit there. Oh, that looks okay. Just gonna make sure that I save that last segment that is already in the folder, as I'm quite paranoid about that, of course. Also just briefly check here if everything's working still. It is. As I'll take another sip of water. Oh, actually, what I'll take as well, before we head in, is I have a grade 20 Scorpio. Let's brag. Let's humble brag. It didn't look good on the pictures. A little bit more like this. There we go. So I want to hit that, and I also want to say everything's graded, and don't compare yourself to me. That's really what that part is actually going to be. This part is going to be about. As I itch my nose a little bit. Yeah. So first off, we'll be taking this Eclipse into some gameplay, as this very much is what I would consider the baseline Eclipse, as I laid it out as well in the layout section. And one thing I want to make a note of saying here is that this build is very much, of course, optimized. I have a grade 20 skills. I have a grade 20 Scorpio as well that I've gone and grabbed. Everything is optimized to be full and recalibrated to be full. And that does influence how effective this build is, together with my knowledge of especially missions, where I'll likely know every spawn. And that's going to inherently skew the way that this footage looks. So if you don't get the same results on your first few runs, don't be disheartened. That is completely normal. The way I started with Eclipse, I also didn't I didn't know anything about anything. And eventually you will learn a little bit. Take especially the tips that I gave you in the tactics section to heart, as those very much can help you improve quite a lot faster. And also just briefly, as I didn't touch on it on the layout section, to bring up the build picture of this and just discuss it real quickly. is that, yeah, we are stacking as much status effect. So every piece has status effect. Every mod is skill haste because we don't have a better option there. Skill haste is really the only thing that applies well, as skill duration doesn't apply well to the hive or the fire cam, where with the fire cam especially, it is not the duration that the burn happens with skill duration, but how long the cloud stays on the ground in the game world, which is not of any concern to us. So skill haste on the mods, and then on the piece that you add in, the electric piece, there you can go either skill haste or skill damage. And then in my cases, I'll be going skill haste here. And actually in the next build, we'll be discussing with the next gameplay section, and I'll introduce it when we get there. I'll actually be taking skill damage because that makes more sense with the glass one. But yeah, that's just to introduce this a little bit, and also just say that I am someone that made a masterclass on Eclipses, so I am very confident in my abilities with it. And that confidence doesn't come from just me being born with it or anything. I have learned to become good at it. And I am of the mind that any person can match me likely. I am not an exceptional player in any way. And if you stick with it, you can catch up to me quite easily likely. So yeah, I will see you in the loading screens as we matchmake for a random heroic mission. That one might have been a little bit too humble braggy. I'll see actually how long it is, because it did feel a little long maybe. And it's 253, but I also go over stats and stuff. It's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So a segment like that, I'm not completely happy with. Worst case, if I actually really am unhappy with it later on in editing it, I can redo it. But that's basically going to be the tone of it, of that part. Because yeah, I really want to have that in there, because a lot of people, after I got a few messages of people of like, I don't get the same results out of Eclipse as you do. And my response was basically, yeah, I can understand. It's very much... So yeah, I'm gonna make sure that everything is equipped okay, and as I had it in there, and I'll matchmake for a heroic mission. Look at what it is.
To another agent's group. Receive.
It's Coney Island Ballpark. I'm gonna decline that one because yeah, I want a mission that hasn't been done yet. I would much rather, and Coney also isn't a real good Eclipse mission. So I'll give it a second. Although actually, when you matchmake again, it won't put you in the same group right away again.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Camp White Oak, we also already did, and this again. Oh, I left, of course, right? We wiped and I left. I was like, why is it pulling it up again? So yeah, what are the other invaded missions? I haven't looked today. So we have Jefferson Trade Center, and we have American History Museum, which both of those were actually good Eclipse missions. And we'll take another take.
Invite to another agent's
And
group. Receive.
there we have one. Hopefully it's not too far into the mission, so yeah, I'll go join them and make sure I'm not on the screen. And here we are in the loading screen for a Lincoln Memorial. Loading in, I will instant...
DC-62.
Yeah,
detected.
they're too far in. I will finish it with them, because I'll feel like a dick leaving. But I'll bring my face back up, actually, get here. But yeah, I don't want to have this with 4 directors be part of the...
Will be a direct threat to the campus.
Oh, he waited. Or is he AFK? That could also be an option. No, he's just waited. Because yeah, it's basically 2 rooms and then the boss. That won't be good footage.
We've got hostiles on our... I see him.
Yeah, as always with Lincoln, it's very much set. So
Blocking the enemy.
alright. And especially with 2-man, they seem to be very consistent in spawning over here for the last one. Can actually jump back to the stream manager and see over there. So yeah, this one is just me wasting. But also this is warming up again a little bit, as I haven't, of course, done it for a little bit. The eclipsing. I'll skip the loot. Maybe he does as well. And then if we get it again. Also briefly gonna inspect my ally. Tamper-proof is a bit weird there. Two-piece walker is a bit weird there. No Fox's prayer is a little bit weird there. Him not moving is a little bit weird there. It's all weird. It's all weird.
Another agent is now in your group.
He shot the thing out but didn't go loot it, which
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from the control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with diesel.
And worst case as well, I can always swap to a different character, and because all my characters basically have this build as well. Most of them as well, even with the glove being the electric piece or golem piece. With the ones that aren't on the build picture, they still have golem pieces because I didn't need to upgrade them. Only the ones that show up on the build pictures have been upgraded to electric. That side spawn. I shouldn't give away free armor breaks. Because yeah, the armor break thingy is on. And yeah, I'm not gonna grab that extra loot, although likely they will. Just looking.
Should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
Because yeah, if I can show all those spots, if we get another Lincoln, maybe.
You slot yourself in with us. I'll make sure you rot down here.
Everybody's here. I'll open it. Oh, that was an explosive sticky, okay. Thought maybe there's another eclipse, but there wasn't. That's short, but it's gonna catch something, hopefully. Gonna let them come a little bit closer because most of my team is pretty far back, so there's no use in catching them in the doorway if nobody's gonna kill them. I didn't catch the bus. Yeah. Just chasing that down as much as I can.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
Flamethrower wasn't the greatest choice on his part, but neither was parts of his build, so it's fine. Also, he has tamper-proof, but he really only has the revive hive that can do that. Because it looked like an optimized piece. Yeah. Like, what? What? Just giving up a chest talent for no real reason.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how
here we'll get
to have you on our side.
likely 2 levels because I still have part of the 15. I'm just gonna give them a GG. See you around.
And eliminated a stronghold near the campus.
And
You should be proud.
I'll clean this character up, trying to make them look as if nothing happened. Although, of course, one of the things that some of the more people that pay attention to stuff have sometimes seen in my build showcases is that sometimes my level jumps quite a bit between like the build layout section and then the mission itself. Sometimes by you know, dozens of levels. Too bad you aren't here, Xander, but yeah, I'll keep it in your memory. With pretty close, with one optimization away from a full SIG MPX there with DTOC. DTOC. OOC. And yeah, I will hang on to that. Most of my characters are actually, so on most of my characters that do use SMGs, I usually have an MPX and usually a Banshee. Usually the Banshee with a different talent. This character is very much the one that uses SMGs the most, so she also has a Dark Winter, she has a Vector with fast hands, which is actually the preferred thing to do. Say, and Emmeline's Guard, which is actually a decent working tool, actually, sometimes. And a Sadist SMG, although in this case it's a AUG, which isn't the greatest, but it works. Do I need to set up anything? Yeah, I need to take out my face, and in its place, we will go into dismissing this thing, and then trying another take at getting some footage from a heroic mission. And in this case, it is Jefferson Trade Center, likely invaded. So yeah, gonna accept and here we're headed to Jefferson Trade Center. I just accepted the invite, and likely it is invaded this week, so that's what we'll get here. And invaded Jefferson is actually a decently fun mission, I find, so I wouldn't mind doing it. Hopefully they're pretty decently at the start, so that we get the entire thing. As we get a double loading screen, which also is common with Jefferson Trade Center, I find.
Warning. Unauthorized network access.
And we are a few rooms in. As always, as an Eclipse, I am very much... This is too far in. I'm gonna... but also, I'll actually just... I'll inspect them first. That's not great. That's great. And that's not great. Yeah, I don't wanna be that far in. So I'll let them find somebody else in the matchmaker. That's already pretty far in. That's like 3 rooms in. So yeah, we're going into take 4, which is quite common for build showcases. Yeah. While I don't specifically cherry pick the footage or like segments of it, I do want to get a good segment, so I won't have that be it.
Invite to another agent's group. Received.
And we're going to another Jefferson Trade Center, so I'll go in. And here I've accepted the invite to Jefferson Trade Center, and we're right at the start. There are quite a bit of directives active. It is invaded. Those are Black Tusk. I'll roll in and start helping my allies. What we have here is cool skills being active and 4 directives. And cool skills basically takes away one of my skills. In this case, with the Eclipse, especially with me using Fire Cam, if I pull out my Hive, I basically lose all of my charges on my Fire Cam. So instead of that, I'll be sticking to the name that is on this build showcase, which is that is a Fire Eclipse, and using just the fire. My Hive is basically I'll try to not use it at all. And actually, this mission is interesting because there's also a moment that Eclipse can make it quite easier. So I'll stick around and show that. As my ally, we likely have stuff behind us. We have 4 directives, Fog of War including. We're basically without the ammo directive. That's the only thing we're missing. And yeah, they are fighting stuff on their lonesome back here, and I will be their friend. And try to help them. Yeah, there, the just 3 taps of the Scorpio took away the enemy. That mini tank will deconstruct on his own.
Get there as fast as you can.
I will, so what I always as well do with Eclipse is very much reliant on its teammates. So what I very much want is to have strong teammates with me. And that means that once I load in, I will look at their armor bars and the skills that they're running. I see way too much armor basically on my allies. I will inspect them briefly and see that it's not great stuff, not horrible stuff, pretty average stuff. And that's okay for this mission. I'll help carry it. Running in, trying to, and my basically we have a heavy here. I will hit him with that crossbow bolt. That crossbow bolt will break the armor part that it hits, and that will hopefully save my allies, which are quite blind, as you may see there. One of them sees it and turns around, but by hitting this guy with that crossbow, I broke his chest, letting me go through him a lot easier. And that's really why I do like the crossbow. The crossbow, whenever on dogs, on heavies, you can use it to pop off their chest or whatever armor piece that you hit, and then go on further from there. I'll try to set something on fire here, and yeah. So my doctrine for the Eclipse, basically the thing that I require it to do, if I'm it or someone else is it, is try to at least, with every wave that spawns, set something on fire. That is my goal here. That is what I'm trying to hit as my goal. And that is, of course, not something that I will always achieve, but it is the thing that I strive for. And doing so, try to maximize my output. Because yes, if you're not basically setting one thing of every wave on fire, you are, what is it doing then, basically, is the question, which a lot of, in matchmaking eclipses, I find it's sometimes quite frustrating of nothing's really ever on fire. And I would very much like that by giving these videos out to help improve people's effectiveness with them, to show them some of the tricks, show it how I play it. I consider myself somewhat of an Eclipse main, almost. I have ran Eclipse quite a lot. In Invaded, we have a chest on the left side here. So we do go the wrong way, so get that. As we have also, I already skipped one chest in a corridor back there, but I was in a fight for our lives, so. And we'll head in and fight this first boss. And yeah, without my hive, I'm a lot more limited. Here, I would definitely use my hive here, toss it into the middle, use it as an area denial, basically. I'm gonna help her along to die, and then that will make it so that the fire on her will spread. Here we mostly need to kill the boss. Once the boss is dead and everything else is dead, these two mini tanks will deconstruct. And I'll likely get hit by the explosion here, but it's fine because them exploding also indicates it's out of combat. But I shouldn't have actually, because I got an armor break from it, and I'm luckily not bugged, as quite often with the armor break, with the fragile armor directive, those armor breaks will not go away when you heal yourself, as they should. So you'll start compiling a nice collection of them. As I move along with my allies, one thing I'll do here, and I want to be at the head of this team to maybe drag them with me, is go around here and get this chest, because, yeah, loot is loot, and it feels good to get loot, so let's get loot. And with especially more open spaces like this, what I would do here as an option is to, for instance, grab jammer pulse. As my hive, they spawn out of several doorways, so my hive is not as effective all around. As I go for that sniper in the back, as I saw the sniper glint. On the hyena version, I would put it by this door there, where there's going to be several spawns from it. But especially in this one, for instance, I would toss it halfway down and try to catch this next wave that will come off the left side. As I'll help this enemy along, I'll grab a crossbow, but that dog is basically dead anyway. I'll go on the left side here, and one thing that you want to, especially if you want to main Eclipse, basically, is try to find all of the special ammo locations, and they are quite handy to know. And I know most of them by this point. As yeah, especially shock rounds, that shock as well from the shock rounds. So yeah, that wave especially, I would try to get my hive underneath them. Yeah, shock will help quite a bit. Oh, we have an ongoing directive who overrode my shock rounds, which is one of the annoying things. I wish you could basically, mechanically, of course, that would require a lot of work. But I wish I could opt out of basically his bleed rounds. As we get rogues. So normally here I would swap to a PFE, which is my preferred way to deal with them. But seeing as we're doing an Eclipse showcase and this section might make it in, I will swap to foam because fire does not work well against rogues. They basically ignore it. They'll be on fire, they'll burn for a bit, but they won't stop shooting. They won't really care that they are. But foam is a lot more useful for that, and that's also the reason that it gets used in Legendary. You don't use fire, and that's because yeah, they are very much. I wish they would deal with the skill in front of them. I don't have the damage to kill this really. I'm going to try to catch them, or them, or someone at the very least. Oh yeah, my aim was pretty bad there. But yeah, once they're foamed on the ground, they'll not fire for quite a while. I'll try to get the full debuff on them from the Scorpio. I'll go back, heal myself up, even though this ally is trying to help with that as well. They are out of the foam. I'll put a fresh one on them. And yeah, on to continue that thought, on Legendary especially, they have quite a high resistance to... I want them off the minigun. But the disorient is there. That foam will take them off the minigun at the very least. As so people are applying sledgehammers to them as well, but they're a little bit blind in the same way as they were with the heavy behind them in the first room of that they're flanked, very much so. I will help them that one because he's trying to heal. The one annoying thing here is that I'll be on cooldown, and especially for the next room, I don't want to be on cooldown really. For swapping back to... I'll get him back off. That one on the left is an obvious decoy, even though my allies are shooting at it. But yeah, here especially, once you start getting a few of them down, it starts snowballing. We go from being 5 versus 4 on their end to being you know, multiples, and then just being more easy to kill. Especially what you want to do if you have some dedication or are a player that pays attention is to very much focus down one. So if you see your allies firing on some, start firing on the same ones. If you start to get the numbers down, it goes quite fast. Here, I don't want to use my foam. I'll just use my shock from my Scorpio, helping to take them down. Because if I can swap back to fire, that would be very nice. But that's not going to happen. What I could do here is kill myself and respawn and be at full charges. But I'm hesitant to do that because that might... what I'll do instead is grab fire sticky. And I'll just do it with a fire stick instead. While my foam is... Or my foam will then never recharge, actually, because Cool Skills is active. So that kind of sucks. But then I'll be a fire sticky main at this point. I'm hoping this guy doesn't rush in solo. And he does. Kind of. He's already triggered that wave up ahead. To spawn in. I'll do it with my grenades and just wait out my foam. So here we have some EMP jammers. The EMP jammers can burn. So what I'll do is put a fire grenade there, put a fire grenade over there. Although getting these with fire chems is a lot easier than... Although that ally is kind of going for it, but is also going way past it for no reason. And as red builds, you can shoot them actually through here in the back there. You can just shoot them. And once those are down, this room becomes a lot easier. Although that ally should have actually killed the one that he ran past. He did not, which is kind of annoying. In a second, I can swap back to my fire camps. And, well, this is a little bit annoying. I'll deal with it here. But yeah, I went too close. Usually because I get it really quickly before we... But yeah, from here, I could... Yeah, he got it there, but I could just shoot it from here, set it on fire, get it. Same for that one in the back there. That you can also just shoot from here, as this player with a shotgun is trying to do, which... Yeah, shotguns at those ranges aren't effective. My fire is a little bit more effective. And yeah, one of the things as well with Eclipse is, yeah, the fire, of course, is kind of like artillery. It's not less effective at range, as long as you get it onto target, and quite often you can. Once you get decently good at the chem, especially looking at if it's red and getting those lines in it, you can quite easily fire into far targets, really far targets, and quite easily get them down. Now that I have my fire back, so I had to wait out the cam launcher, basically, because I had it set to foam, of course. And now that it's back to be having fire, I think they spawned on the right side. I heard a voice line, but didn't see it. I'll crossbow this one. He is actually already armor broken because he took some armor. His health went down a little bit. So I'll grab this chest along the way because I want all the loots. And we'll go up here and grab more. I think something is still alive in here because we still have secure. Oh no, actually. Oh yeah, we do. There's one guy in here, and as I also quite recently found out, they can shoot through these windows. Yeah, once the red is on fire, he's dead. So, so I'm ignoring him. He will not start firing. Reds do not fire at all till they fully run out of being on fire. And here especially is one of the places that it's already an easy fight, and it's even easier with an Eclipse. Because they'll be coming down from choppers, and that makes it quite easy for all of them to be on fire. As I toss a fire grenade on this one, to show that one, so you can toss a fire grenade on top of it, and that will set every wave coming out of it on fire. But of course, it's a weak grenade fire, but it'll get going. The other option that you have, and I'll try to show it here, is with choppers. They have that refueling rod that is on the right side there. On it, you can kind of line the camp there, and then once the red line goes red, although my ally shot it there, but he did it at a time that stuff was coming out of it anyway. You ignite it, and then you can get the fire going. You can also, on the other side, on the wheel, kind of land it in the mid-air of it. And yeah, here I'll try to do it again as well, from this side of the chopper. So yeah, as you can see, that area is very consistent, basically. Although, as I say that, two of them go wrong. I give up. I'll just land. I'll just catch them on the floor. Yeah, sometimes it does go like that. Because, of course, I'm trying to try hard and show that kind of stuff. And then, of course, it doesn't do it. And then normally it always does. So here we have a boss coming down. And the boss is going to come with off of that chopper. And there's a wave on this one. So I'll put my flame grenade on this, on that one. And I'll try to focus down or help keep the boss basically detained. And I'll do that by scorpioing him. Disorient, shock, the full debuff, and yeah, he melts away. Although the other parts of it kind of got to get out, but I'll try to catch them. But I'll go get my loot. This fight is basically over. There's only one guy left, although he is suppressed, and well, he's done.
We'll have to check the logs to see if the access.
And not the cleanest run, but it did show. It did show us how to deal with rogues as well. Although I wouldn't stay Eclipse usually. It is an option that you can go for with a strong team to grab that foam them to the ground. But I would much rather be a PFE and just go kill them. Damage-wise, let's see how well we did. As we didn't without the hive, I'm less likely to be on top on damage. As yeah, I'm giving up one of my tools where red builds here aren't without the ammo directive. And yeah, I very much showed what the crossbow a little bit can do, what the Scorpio can do a little bit, how you can change skills. how you can just even get through missions, as of course cool skills is a directive on this season, how to get through that with just one skill, which is quite common. And yeah, I will join you in a second in an introduction to the glass build. I won't go. Yeah, I've ended that cut. I'm just briefly going to see how long it was. That mission felt a little bit frustrating, and I feel that I really was a dick to my allies a little bit in some of some of my wording there. So, well,
You have been promoted to group leader.
I'm gonna just leave. I was expecting everyone to go with them, but they didn't. And I had a weird burp at 1 second. Just
Area detected.
it just came up on me. I can edit that out in post. Luckily, just mute myself for a second. I hope nobody else really caught what that was. As that section is 16 minutes. And I didn't really miss a room at the start. The downside is I didn't really show the hive and how I use that, but then hopefully I'll do that in the glass version. Because I'm decently happy with this. We might revisit it and yeah, do one more run with this one and maybe get a different take. Because especially I wanted to kind of show the part where we with the jammers, the Eclipse can make that a lot easier because it can destroy all 3 jammers pretty quickly because you just set them on fire, you indirect fire them, indirect set them on fire, and then. But yeah, I couldn't because I only had the fire sticky to start off with there, and foam. Although I did show the rogues, so I'll keep it. I'll keep it for now.
Location nearby.
I'll bring my face up for a second. Although actually, I need to change the camera battery, it turns out. And I'll do that. The little latch that keeps it in is sometimes very hesitant to open. This should fix itself. And back I am. Yeah, I'm happy enough with that. It's good enough for a run. And yeah, hopefully with the glass version, I don't get cool skills, just so I can show the hive and how I use it and why I use it. Because a lot of people don't use a hive. They sometimes strongly feel against the hive. Most of them say bleed is weak, and my answer to that is yeah, bleed is weak, but that's not the thing I'm using it for. The bleed is just a tiny bonus on top, and not the core thing that I'm trying to do with that hive. As we go through the loot real quick, and I'll pop these 4 caches, basically clean up this character. Just briefly, did I put that MPX in the stash? I did. Oh, and having gotten this year 5 season 1, this means that I've reached the end of the double XP. That's how you can usually, once you have that one in your inventory, that's the giveaway that you've gotten the 15 levels worth of double XP from the every time the manhunts start.
Check something out? Nice doing business
Now,
with you.
go through this real briefly. And I'll put the Grade 20 Scorpio back in the stash as well, just so the other character can grab it as well. And yeah, that's how I do my Grade 20 weapons. Is I have some in the stash that are that way, and then the loadouts on the characters are just saved with the... I could as well save them with the Grade 20 ones and then just pull them out of the stash that way each way. But then I might forget to put them back into the stash, then you can't load the loadout because item is missing, or it will just fail to do that. And then, yeah, So I basically have a Scorpion on the characters. None of the weapons on the characters are graded themselves. But then, for instance, I have a grade 23 FAMAS in my stash that I'll go grab when I want to try hard. And usually I don't need them anyway. So I'm going to log off this character and go to the other characters, set them up to be ready for a run. Make sure that I have the build picture at the ready, which is this one. I'm making sure that also, actually, if I bring it up briefly. But yeah, I upgraded that one, of course, pretty recently. I actually did it on stream as well, so some people were there to see it.
Safe area entered.
I'm gonna basically do the same thing of introducing the build. I'll go stand in the same spot, but then now it's night, of course, so it's a little bit different. Especially, I kind of like the night version of this view a little bit. Because I've used this view already a few times. It's pretty good. It's kind of obvious as well where it is. So people will see that. I'm just checking that. What I'm going to say. And actually, what I'll briefly do, I'll leave this one slow clapping here for a second, and I'll take a short bio break, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. And back I am. And also, oh, I'm on the wrong screen there. There we go. Let me briefly as well make sure that this part is still working. It is, so that's good. So yeah, I have the build picture at the ready there. I briefly want to discuss its stats on there, and also just basically show people that build picture, because I usually when people haven't seen them before, they see them and they go, "Oh wait, that's interesting," and then make the link hopefully towards the build collection. Take a sip of water, and then I'll introduce this build, and then we'll take it into some gameplay. Yeah, and I'm going to start recording in 3, 2. And here's the other build that I'm going to run for today's showcase. And this one very much is more designed towards maximizing its damage output. Although not fully, because I won't be taking a capacitor, as I very much enjoy the Scorpio, as I've discussed. And what we have done here is basically move that electric piece to the chest part. For the rest, it is all the same. And especially if you bring up the build picture for this build, you can see that I have kept basically all of it still. All the mods are skill haste, all the stats as much as possible are skill or status effect. But then especially with this one being glass and trying to maximize source damage, I have taken a skill damage stat alongside of the status effect on the chest. And what, of course, glass provides us is that we all damage is amplified by 25%, and that's everything. That is including our initial explosion of the fire cam, the fire itself, all of our shots from our weapons. Any source is basically amplified by this, but also all damage we take is amplified by 50%, and that's of course the downside of glass. So it comes at a heavy cost, and in this case it comes at a really heavy cost where, of course, with the chest, we are increasing that radius that our status effects spread at. We're losing that as well. So this one is very much stronger, but also a lot less utilitarian. Its fire doesn't spread as far. It needs to hide a lot more. One thing I also want to highlight, so here I am using an Everlasting Gaze, and that is a DZ item. It comes with perfect perpetuation and comes usually in every Eclipse video that I've seen. It gets brought up or gets used. I don't really recommend it. I much prefer In Sync, as I showed with refiring, the trick that I use it for. And especially also, the only thing that perfect perpetuation has over normal perpetuation is a decrease of 4 seconds of this cooldown from 20 to 60. And for that is a DZ item. And if you have one, sure, put it on, as I have here as well. But don't go out of your way to get this thing. It isn't worth it. And even for my playstyle, what I usually do is that I swap this, while it is saved like this in the build picture as well on the collection, just to show it as an option, basically. I have a in-sync shotgun, and I very much like to always have an in-sync shotgun and a Scorpio, and that's because I'm very much used to that, so that when I press 1, I know I'm getting an in-sync shotgun and not a weapon with perpetuation that I need to headshot with. So, but you can very effectively make use of perpetuation. It is quite strong. It is also an increase to the damage amount, if I find it again, as it also increases status effect damage and the duration. And of course, that duration also is the amount of it that gets spread. So it is quite strong. Sometimes it is hard to make it be really targeted, especially in the middle of the fight. As an opener, it quite decently works well, but as in the middle of the fight, it might go towards a status that you didn't intend to. And yeah, this build plays a little bit differently, so I wanted to show it here. As yeah, it is one of my preferred variants for Eclipse, and it has become a lot easier, as in the past you would need to find a golden piece for this with skill damage and status effect and glass on it to recore it to a yellow core to use it with Survivalist or any of the other good with Firewall or with Gunner. Here with Electric having come into the game, it comes with a skill tier. You just need to find a piece, either has glass cannon or you put it on it and then optimize up the rest. But of course, as you can see still, it is quite an expensive piece because you'll not likely find one that is fully optimized. And that makes it a little bit more of an advanced piece to find. And yeah, we'll join each other in a second in the loading screen for a mission. And there that one went. I didn't grab my Grade 20 Scorpio, which I'll go do now, just for the mission itself and the outro. As I'll do the outro on this character, which is my preferred thing to do usually, to do the intro on one character and the outro on a different one. As I'll equip that. I feel I hit all the notes about glass. I need to briefly find the mission segment that goes back there. This intro, I just want to see how long it is. Ooh, it's 4 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to redo that. That's too long. That's too long for just the intro to a build. I might not even bring up the build picture. Yeah, I'll bring up the build picture briefly. But yeah, so that's one of the downsides. Sometimes I am rambly and I go on too long. So take 2, and I'm going to try to make it basically shorter. I will try start off with that perpetuation weapon though. So because yeah, I do want that to be one of the things that I explain, because yeah, too many people send people after the Everlasting Gaze, and it's not worth it. I do want to start in the glass piece. Okay, and I'm gonna start recording in 3, 2. And here we are with that other build, and this is a glass variant of Eclipse. And this has become a lot easier since Electric has come into the game, as in the past you would need to find a golden piece, preferably that had either skill or either status effect and skill haste, or status effect and skill damage, as is in this case, and already had glass cannon on it, to recore it to a yellow core to use it with survivalist or firewall, if that was the preferred one for solo. And that was a really hard piece to get, a unicorn piece, as we quite often call those kinds of pieces. And now with Electric in the game, it is a lot easier to get it together, as of course the core is already yellow, making it a lot easier to farm for. It is still likely going to end up more expensive because, yeah, you likely need to optimize both of the stats, or put in the talent, or get lucky with the talent that you have it already. And this very much is now a lot easier to get to, so it comes much more highly recommended than it used to. As especially at Glass Cannon, all damages we deal is amplified by 25%, and that's everything. That applies also to our initial ignition of the fire cam. And my voice became very raspy. I do not know what went on. I will take a sip. But yeah, I'm gonna retry that part, because yeah, I started to go full rasp, which isn't what I'm intending for my voice. Although I do feel good about, like, basically the thinking there. But yeah, let's go into take 3 for this, and I'll start recording in 3, 2. And here we are with the glass variant of a fire eclipse. And glass is, of course, a very strong talent, and especially here, it's as glass does always, is it amplifies all damage. We're using the normal variant here, which is going to increase it by 25%, but all damages you deal is amplified by 25%, is affecting all of our output. So the initial ignition of the fire cam, the fire itself, the bleeds, our firing our weapon, everything is 25% stronger, and that makes it quite strong. But of course, we are giving up the chest talent of Eclipse, which increased our radius and duration whenever it's spread. So it is a trade-off. You're dealing more damage, but it's spreading less far. So it plays quite a little bit differently, because also all damages we take is amplified by 50% on this normal variant. And yeah, that makes it so that I can't be running around as much as I enjoy doing with the normal fire Eclipse, just running around like a headless chicken. Here I have to be more cognizant to put myself in cover and try to as well catch every wave. So I'll be using the fire grenade a lot more here, just to make sure that I always catch every wave. For the rest of it, I want to also briefly discuss Perpetuation. It is a really good talent, as it also increases the damage of the status effect, which very few other talents will do. But a lot of people recommend this Everlasting Gaze, really hard onto people. And this piece is very much, if you have it, sure, use it. But if you don't have it, don't go way out of your way to get one, as it is a very minor increase, going from 20 seconds cooldown to 16 seconds, which is the only thing that Perfect Perpetuation has over normal Perpetuation. So it is one of those pieces that you shouldn't go out of your way for. If you have it, as I have here as well, it's fine to put it in. But even here, what I will do is actually grab an in-sync shotgun, because I like having that in-sync shotgun. And I'm very much used to just running all my Eclipses with in-sync shotgun and then the Scorpio. And having that always be the same across all of them makes it just easier on my mind. So I usually grab an in-sync shotgun just for that increased damage, letting me refire. So yeah, in a second we'll join each other in the loading screen. So I didn't hit the build picture there. I'm going to just check how long that one is, but I'm also fine basically with that take. Very much so. So that one is 2 minutes 30, so that's a lot better. And yeah, I didn't hit the build picture, but it's basically fine. I showed the chest. They saw the stats on it. I didn't discuss that it was skill damage, but yeah, the build picture is going to be linked underneath it anyway. I'm going to briefly actually just open all of the files together, put them in a playlist real quick, just so I can see once I open everyone. So we're already on 47 minutes 50. So my hope of getting it under 50 minutes is already very much dashed, of course. But I'm also pretty happy with it so far. So I'll likely go over an hour because, yeah, likely any mission we'll do is going to be around 15 minutes and then another 4 or 5 minutes of outro, of conclusion. One thing I briefly actually want to check is how did I end that gameplay? I'm hoping on the menu, which I usually do. Okay, yes. So usually what I have is that I have the menu open like this at the end of gameplay, which I will try to do here as well. I did do that with the last one, and that's basically then when I go between segments, then it just basically, because yeah, this menu basically all is in the same spot, so the rest of it fades around it, which is a cool looking effect, I find. So I will try to hit that as well, going from this gameplay into the conclusion. Going to just recheck again what was invaded. Okay, so American and then because yeah, the matchmaker tends to pull you towards invaded. What I usually want to do for build showcases is clear out the invasion first, so I get just random mission basically. Because yeah, here let's see what we get.
You have received an invite to another.
They are at the White House, so I don't know where we're going, but I'll start recording. Actually, let's see what they're matchmaking for. Only if they're good. I'll decline otherwise. So there's already another clip, so I'll just decline. Just because I have a goal. I'm okay with being a little bit of a dick.
Is now in your group.
I can't leave while the vote is going, but I've already declined, so I'll be dropped off the group once they head out. Which I kind of feel bad about because I could help them carry. They're pretty low, but yeah, I have a goal. And I'm trying to get that.
You have been invited to a clan.
And the common thing that happens of someone sees me without a clan tag and they go like, he of course must want to be in a clan. And this is just an open one, so I could have joined it on my own if I wanted to. So because yeah, not everyone without a clan tag is looking for a clan. That's not how that works. Take 2.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
American history. Okay. And here we are loading into American History Museum. And I'm taking the glass, of course, into here. And they're very much... Oh, they're at the start. Although I loaded in and... I'm going to help my allies along. I don't have any crossbow bolts yet. So I can't help with breaking these chests. But what I'll do is put the full Scorpio debuff on that guy. Move over to that guy. And help him take a little bit more damage. Because yeah, the crossbow would have taken their chest off in one shot, quite easily. And this very much is a mission that I would consider pulling off a disrupt, a jamming pulse for, and using that to get a lot of these smaller things, the dogs and stuff, down, the mini tanks, and can be quite useful for that. As I'll just run around, try to set something on fire. I was short there, and I'll just over aim it and get it on target. As yeah, once he's dead, that mini tank will deconstruct as long as everything else is dead, which something is up here. Oh, that's another mini tank. Oh, there's a heavy back there. Don't have any crossbow bolts yet, but what I can help with is, while this fire isn't going to, or me putting some Scorpio rounds around him, isn't actually going to deal a ton of damage, what it will do is put a status effect on him, or in the case of this fire, and what that will do is, well, first there, actually, I saved my ally because he swapped aggro because I did a ton of damage to him. But my allies, of course, also deal 10% more damage to enemies because I am survivalist, as long as they are status affected. And that's really the main reason to go survivalist, together with the fire grenade, which is really strong, and the crossbow, which is also really strong. And that's always really my choice for group eclipses, which I find actually a in-group is really what I use eclipses as. Our ally that is very low level rushed in and started engaging the next wave. I'll go catch up with him. So we don't have cool skills as with the last run. So my hive is available to me now, and I'll use it here. Try to effectively get some damage out. As yeah, the hive, what it is to me is my burst damage. It is very much the tool that I use to weaken a wave, damage them heavily, and kill some things as well. I'll try to put it in front of doors in anticipation, basically, trying to get waves to have to run through it. I'd always take that escalator or down because there's a chest here in invaded. It's here on normal. It's the train car there, and we'll grab that. I haven't inspected my allies yet. I'll do that here, even though they engaged. So we have a striker. We have a very low level player trying their best, and we have another striker. So damage wise, they won't be the best, but they'll do okay, hopefully.
Agent down.
He has a hive, and he'll get up on his own, as I'll try to set something on fire. And that's much easier with the Scorpio, as there, for instance, they got disoriented, although they got killed real quickly, of course, as well. But I can use that disorient even on elites to get a fire camp underneath them and get the fire going. I'm gonna cut left here, trying to catch this wave before they get out, but they kind of got out. But this is basically what I use the hive for. It is very much an area denial. Nothing is gonna go through that and try to get to me, because they will choose not to. I have some crossbow bolt, and we have a dog, and we shall marry the two, and they shall live for usually around 20 seconds longer. And then that will do their part. And actually the crossbow itself explodes, so the crossbow dies first, or the bolt of the crossbow dies first. So its death is what does them part. There's going to be a wave inside of this building in a second, and I may catch them. Or they have already spawned, actually. I didn't keep well track, because yeah, as always, talking and playing is very much a thing that takes quite a bit of your our mental abilities. My teammates are quite weak. That much is clear to me now. Because yeah, not much is dying. I'll use the crossbow here, one on the heavy, one on the dog. I could use a jammer pulse here to just take these dogs down, but don't want to take the time to swap. I'll wait for my heal to apply a little bit and then move in. The dogs will get disrupted in a second. I'm gonna go after his chest as well, and then just okay, I didn't get the chest on this other guy, but I did get the one on the back, and I ran out the crossbow bolts afterwards. I'll put some disorients and some shocks out there, helping my allies along. Full debuffs on them now as well. The fire is about to go off. I'll put a fresh one on them, although actually the disrupt was still on them, so I would have gotten the damage debuff from there as well. And especially, for instance, in this upcoming room, this is really where my hive will somewhat shine, as we have two doors where enemies will spawn from. One of them gets ignored way too often, and I'm going to use my hive to make sure that it isn't ignored. But as a glass, as I said, I want to make sure that a lot of things are often on fire, and to do that, I will actually use a flame grenade there and a flame grenade there, catching everything that spawns. Then I will set this wave on fire, and this is the door where, yeah, it gets ignored way too often. So my hive, even though if I put it in front by that door, it would do a ton of damage and would help with me being on top of damage. I might try to use it in the back here and make sure that we survive. This dog gets a crossbow bolt. As yeah, it weakened this wave quite strongly, and the wave before it, because my allies weren't really set up for it anyway, to deal with them. And yeah, I'll send whatever has recharged of it back there as well. Because yeah, as you can see, most of my allies have pushed towards the door that everybody knows, but then skipping the door that everybody forgets. This heavy should not have been here. He ran all the way because he didn't spawn from the door that I was guarding. So he made it all the way up from the door that the others were guarding, and you would hope that they would have dealt enough damage to him to aggro him, but they didn't. But we got there through there pretty easily. And yeah, a lot of teams forget about that door, get surrounded and die. And especially as a glass, I very much want to make sure that I catch everybody in at least a little bit. As my allies are going actually for the chest back there, which I'll go for as well, as this chest as well gets, although they didn't go for it, because it's over here. And you might as well get all the loot. Here with these two ropes, what you can do is if you line it up, you jump between them. And that's a lot faster. And you look cooler, so it's worth it. So we have gotten the key, so we could open that crate, get this loot. I'll wait for my allies. I usually want to run in with 3 people. So if one person runs in solo, that's fine. I'll wait for us to be one more person, basically. Although they are taking their sweet time, which I don't know why they are. But yeah, it's too easy to get a bad wipe for no reason. There's no reason to solo rushing. So I'll wait for my allies, be a blob. And if that means that I'm a dick to a person that is rushing, I am very comfortable with that. So here I'll just Scorpio. I don't want to use a crossbow because I don't have that many, and later on it might be useful. I'll just stay out of this guy's way because he'll blow up and bleed everything around him. I can just avoid. I do want that med pack, which I do get. And my allies engaging from just opening the door, seeing someone and engaging tells me that they aren't that tactically aware. The thing you should do is go get, when you're not engaged, when you're not in combat, just go get in a position that is valuable to you, where you can be effective, and then engage. That is a tactic that you should always use as red pill. I also went upstairs on the left, as you saw me there go. There's a key chest, and I went for that and got it real quick.
Laptop detected.
As this ally is pushing in, I'm gonna set that wave on fire because yeah, although the player that instantly engaged from way too far wasn't with the group, so the other one did go into cover real quick, which yeah, he knows what he's doing. Here we have a dog, although my allies will likely break him even before my crossbow breaks him, but it is my best option against the dog anyway. I'll go get these shock rounds over here, just to have it for the boss fight. I'll stay in the back here because in a second the objective will be in the back here. I'll try to get that guy on fire, but I hit the mini tank instead of it. Because yeah, the objective is here. I'll save us some time by hanging back here.
The data you just downloaded and see what we can make of it. Continue.
And we're gonna head into the boss fight.
I'm getting a flurry of...
And this one is especially a lot more spread out. But again, I will use my hive to basically camp 2 of the spawn points. And that's really what that hive is for. And especially here with the glass also applying to it, the hive. It is increasing that initial hit with its explosive damage and its bleed, of course, as well. So the glass is actually very strong, very effective. But yeah, it comes at that cost. You have, not only do you take more damage, but your spread is less. That's really the thing that hurts most, because dealing with the extra damage isn't too hard. If you're playing it right, most of the things will be on fire most of the time. Although I am, of course, as I say it, failing at that, at my cause of or my doctrinal thing of every wave has something on fire. Although she was nice enough and ran into my fire. I didn't put my hive down where I wanted it, which is there. And yeah, that will push all these guys out. So while they're spawning, instead of instantly coming out and trying to fight us, what they will do is run out and then be hit by my hive, and be very much, they will very much feel the need to run out of it, which is really what the hive is very much used for. It is actually a really strong CC tool in that way. Can I catch her? Yeah, my hive is then hitting that wave as well as it's spawning. Now we'll have the chopper in a second, and then another wave coming through this gate in front of us there. But I'll put a few charges on my hive as we'll waiting here anyway. I could put a flame grenade on it, but I'll put it underneath it just to see everything here. I'll put my hive here in the anticipation, and get a fire cam going there. And once this wave has spawned in, especially seeing as there are no dogs, everything will die. And we are mission complete.
Area secure. Good work.
And yeah, there you saw what the glass variant did. Although it is difficult to on footage see that it is doing more damage, it very much feels a lot stronger. Although, of course, it's not spreading as often. So there is that trade-off, and that makes both of them a valid choice. And that's why I have both of them. What I would recommend, if you only make this one or only make the other one thing you can do, and that is what this character has as an option as well, as I'll show here, is they have actually an Eclipse chest. And then I have a old golden glove that I can put on them, and now they've become the other variant. So it's very easy to even save this as a separate loadout, or in the case of mine, of course, I've run out of loadout slots. But I have the parts, just those two parts, swap them around, and then now it's back to being a non-glass Eclipse. So yeah, let's move on to the conclusion, where I'll give my final thoughts.
An agent has left your group.
Yeah. Did that guy swap to Eclipse? I'm curious now. No, okay, he just changed his skills around. Or I didn't even notice what skills he was running. I'm gonna drop group. I'll bring up my face as well again. There we go. And I'll bring up chat again. Yeah, especially invaded Camp White Oak. Also, it's very much a mission where I would definitely go either blind. I would basically be swapping between Blinder Firefly and the Jammer Pulse, and I really wanted to show the hive. I would basically not use the hive on that mission. It's too spread out. There is basically nowhere where you can actually catch anything on the hive like that. So I'm not completely happy with that one. It didn't go too bad. I'll check how long it is. I might make a second attempt at it. So it is actually just only 13 minutes, which is nice because it's nice and short. But because it's also a short mission, of course. I'm briefly just gonna check. Just like looking through the mission, because of course while I'm talking, I literally don't remember that mission. Like I remember kind of how I felt while doing it, but like what I did in it or anything, yeah, doesn't register really. I'm okay enough with it. I didn't use the hive enough really starting out because I was still in that. No, she's okay. So I did use the hive there, and I did use. Okay, yeah, it's fine. I thought I did worse with the hive, which is sometimes a thing that, like, especially with these shorter missions. So yeah, I'll take it to the conclusion, and trying to actually think if I want to take it somewhere, because I'm trying to think if there's any other places where there's actually like fire going on. I mean, there's the obvious other room in Federal. There's also the vents in bank headquarters I could use. Just go stand in that fire. But yeah, I want to have the Eclipse equipped, so I couldn't stand directly in the fire. I don't remember how it looks. I'm going to go over there and I'm going to have a look because, yeah, I don't really Like especially from the other side, so not from the side that you usually view it as, that fire, but from the other side, how that looks like. Also, in the meantime, so I'm basically done with that browser, so I'll bring this one up. So yeah, I'm gonna run into this mission. I will keep it as heroic just because I want to have that difficulty up there, because otherwise someone goes, oh, you're on normal. To get through it, I'll grab, you know what, I'll grab the Hunter's Fury tech tank, which I never use. Let's use it for once, because it's not weak, it's just
You're gonna need to get the access codes to the vault to
all the other tech tanks basically. Well, actually just Hunter's Fury just doesn't match well with,
the old CEO's office.
because yeah, I want to get to the past the bank vault, and that one place where you have that valve with the fire, and then basically not use it and get on the other side of it. I think that will be a good place too. We get an exotic. So, is it from targeted? No, it's just full random. Okay, that's what is targeted here? It is Umbra. And yeah, this technique always just feels a little well, the thing is also, it doesn't have the thing that the other tech tanks have, the reason why I run them instead of running Hunter's Fury, because Hunter's Fury on its own is actually a pretty good build, but it doesn't have range. You can't pull back easily and use range the way that I really like with tech tanks. That's also why all of them are mostly designed on to use ARs. Here a heavy. I see a heavy, and then I kill a heavy.
You'll suffer for that.
Well, I also now recognize that it's actually pretty far into the mission, but it's fine. But the thing is also, I'm not certain how that looks, because I want to do it basically from the other side, the side that we never look at, because we'll jump through it, of course, and then just not look back, because why would you normally? But I'm hoping it reaches all the way to the ground. That can be made to look decent. Sir, please go fix your chain. Man, SMG accuracy is always.
Checking for the key card. Looks like that key card.
Also, I should have cleaned up this character before I went in. I'll do it by hand. I'm gonna skip all loot. I don't care about Umbra. I have a goal, and I need to get to that goal.
Hostile radio intercepted.
It's the fucking division. Roach wants everyone back at headquarters.
No, I'm from the normal division. The the fucking division is other people. I'll just pop their thingy, because I don't care. At these ranges, I don't care that I'm disoriented as well. No, I want that loot. I don't care about the flame rounds. I'm not on clips.
The vault's just up ahead.
How do you like my driving? Only cowards who
Well, yeah, this feels okay. But also, normal Hunter's Fury could do this as well. Because especially with that close range, you don't need to hide behind a shield when you're Hunter's Fury. You can just rely on that disorient a little bit. and get it done that way.
Authentication successful. Access granted. Hostile radio intercepted.
The alarm! Fucking
It's been a while since I've done this part solo.
We moved the president. He's tucked away nice and cozy.
I'll just have to push back into them and make sure that I don't miss anyone. But also, fog of war isn't active, so
Agent,
I won't miss them going behind me.
President is being held
Hopefully.
to get him back. Sync Isaac with a bank security system. There should be a data
And
center.
also here, going through this window just opens both doors. You don't have to actually
Beginning search query.
go through the doors. Takes longer than this window. For the time trial times. Oh,
Serious trauma detected.
it's about to say, I'm pretty sure we still get a heavy even on solo heroic. Which we do. Although, yeah, smaller waves overall. Please blow up. Wow, or flowers. Yeah, especially having flatline on an SMG is actually pretty strong. Because yeah, flatline is pretty strong. Although now I'm considering actually maybe, I mean, yeah, this build isn't worth reworking, but I likely would have rather liked a different SMG because yeah, there's the MP5s, it's 2.1, it's not too bad. The 2.3 of a SIG is actually very, very long. That's why I really like those with fast hands. But I could have a AUG or something, which has even better. As I distract myself and almost let a wave through. That's our,
I know.
Search query finished. Subject located.
and point.
Helicopter on standby to extract them.
If there's any real loot, nope.
Initiated.
That doesn't sound good.
Nope, that's a wall.
Give away out of the vault.
Looking at the browser.
Zero matches.
So yeah, let's see how this looks.
Get wristwatch. Okay.
Now what should be totally something that I dislike and
Tunnel running alongside your
I've
position.
wasted my time getting it. As I didn't scout this area, but I did scout the other one specifically to have it be the background for something.
Isaac, plot a path to the president's location.
Yeah, so
Highlighting most
not gonna touch the valve, just jump. Oh, this actually,
Thanks, Isaac.
I mean, it's not, wait, do I still catch fire here? No. Oh, I do still catch fire here. Is it from that? Although the thing is, we're out of combat, so the fire, actually, that might be actually look funny on the outro. Although, I need to swap the chest around real quickly. Because yeah, I'll do the outro with this gal, with the golem piece, just to also talk about the golem piece. So let's see how much damage they take, because they don't have a memento anymore. Okay, it's that actually looks funny. I want to have that in, so I will. So intermittently, they'll be catching on fire and patting themselves out. It's basically the "this is fine." Yeah. Let me clean up just so we don't have those exclamation points. We go there. I don't know why I find that so funny. I'm gonna take us back to not having my face, and I'll do the outro. Just want to make sure how my rewatching the footage from that other run, how the menu basically was set up when it ended, because I might have not pressed G, not having the stats next to it, but I did, so that's good. So yeah, all the way up to there it's like that, and then here all. And yeah, conclusions, blah blah blah. It's gonna be about actually I want to not have this rifle, have an instinct shotgun. Really good group build. Grupo or Golan has been superseded. And also, yeah, talking about all the other variants that it kind of... Okay, I'm gonna have an attempt in 3, 2... And to conclude this video, didn't mean to click into that. Just wanted to click somewhere, so that was definitely in the game. But take 2 in 3, 2. And to conclude this video, Eclipse is very much my favorite thing to run in groups. I run it quite a lot, sometimes even for hours on end. And for specific players, I don't like this. I don't like where I'm going with that, so I'll stop it there and then grab a new one. But yeah, I just want to talk about it being good in groups and then go into it being my favorite for in groups. That's a better way of going about it. So yeah, recording in 3, 2. And to conclude this video, Eclipse is quite strong in groups, especially with Fire in Heroic, and even with Foam in Legendary, although with a completely different setup. And it is very much my favorite build to run in groups, as it has become one of my main staples. I very much enjoy running it and running around and setting everything on fire and being a support and trying to find the best ways to use my chem and my hive. And for players that enjoy that playstyle, they come highly recommended. As especially on my build collection over the next few days, I'll be adding a folder with several types, as there already are several types of Eclipse on there, even versions that I have not shown here, but have in the masterclass with perfect opportunistic backpacks, or even weirder variants with going with Gunner. And all of them are pretty effective. These two that I've shown today, I would consider the best ways to run Eclipse. Each of them having their strengths and weaknesses, and especially with now Electric having come into the game, as I still have a few golden pieces that have been recorded and came with good enough stats that I've kept around. Electric has made it so much easier to get the preferred layout with it, with Electric, getting that status effect brand bonus from Electric instead of Golan. And that has basically superseded Golan completely. It is no longer a thing to do to go after Golan, unless you get a perfect piece already and then just running that, just for the prestige, as I will keep a few of my parts as well. That's why we're Golan, just for nostalgia's sake. So yeah, I very much enjoyed I totally forgot what I do after because I'm ending it there, that one. Totally forgot what I'm doing after, like, that I talk about the build, which is to then go into my spiel about Twitch and then go into actually, so no, I don't need to go into Twitch, because I'll do that in a separate segment that'll come after the intro. So I'll just basically round it out and say, oh yeah, actually, good thing I'm going through my thoughts like this, because yeah, what is my next video? Oh, it's the named items graphic, okay. And then basically closing off. So yeah, I'll redo that one a little bit. And I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1. And to conclude this video, Eclipse to me is the quintessential group support, and I very much enjoy running it myself in group, in heroic, especially with Fire Eclipse, and even as Foam Eclipse, which I of course did not show here today in Legendaries. They are quite strong. They are very much my preferred way of going with a 4-man team, of having 3 decently strong reds or whatever builds they want to run that are decently strong, together with 1 Eclipse, making everything so much easier by setting everything on fire, CCing a ton of stuff, and making it quite easy to go through heroics. And I very much have always enjoyed running them, and I hope that more people will run them, as they are quite popular, but not as popular as they should be. I feel basically every group should have one. And in these layouts that I showed today, in the glass variant and in the what I consider the baseline variant, the normal variant, those are what I would very much put as the 2 recommended ones. But also on my build collection, you will find that there are several other ways that I have, with either Gunner with the baseline variant or going with a perfect opportunistic backpack, as I have with one of them. And they are all very much valid choices, but these 2 very much would be what I would recommend you start with. And then, as you saw, as I did with the glass variant, as this was, I just swapped some pieces around, and you can swap over to it becoming a different variant, which is also what I do to gain foam variants. I just have the parts in my stash, and I move some parts around to make it a foam variant. And also, over the coming days, I will add a folder in the build collection, which I've been doing over the last few days, of already strikers, with several just in a ranked order, what I consider the better layouts for it. And I'll be doing the same for Eclipse, and in there also I'll be adding a foam one, because I never had a foam one in one of my loadouts, but I do have a foam one that I basically put together by grabbing a few parts from my stash. And that's also why all my characters basically use a glove as the piece that they swap out. And also then just to touch on the Golem piece that is equipped here. So Golem used to, of course, always be the choice back in the day for it, the optimal choice as well with its status effect. And that's been superseded completely now by Electric. And that's made it a lot easier to make many of the variants, because it is so much easier to farm for, especially, for instance, that glass chest that I ran. And it has been completely superseded. But if you still have those old pieces, there's nothing wrong with them. It's basically the exact same. And even if you do get a really good skill haste status effect one and you can record it, sure, run it for a prestige, as I'll be keeping a few of those pieces as well, just for nostalgia's sake. So yeah, that very much concludes the Eclipse build, the Fire Eclipse build showcase here. For my next video, I'll be doing an infographic, basically as I did for the targeted loot drops for exotics, but for named items and basically where they drop, so people can more easily just have at a glance see where everything drops, if it's in the DZ or if it's in the LZ or if it's in both. As I feel that is a useful tool to add to the community. And after that, I will be doing an ongoing directive build showcase, then that will round out all 3 of the buffing builds that I consider to be good buffing builds. So I hope you either join me on Twitch or for those coming videos, and have a good night. Yeah, I'm fine with that one. Might have been a bit long because I went full rambling, but I'll check that now by opening the file. It's 354, which is a bit long. I'll put it all together. There's also, at worst, what I'll do is, if I really dislike a segment when I rewatch them, because I won't rewatch them now, of course, that'll be a bit much. If I really dislike a segment, I'll just, I'll go redo it. But tomorrow, when I'm putting it all together. It is a total of 1 hour, 5 minutes, 33 seconds. I'll likely add in another 3 minutes with the advertorial for trying to entice people to come over here, as I'll get out of the fire because I feel bad for my character. They're just burning them like that. But I quite actually enjoyed how that looked, just the continuous fire on their faces. I'll bring my face back as well. I'm going to just briefly take a moment to make sure that all of the segments go into a folder and that they don't accidentally get deleted in some way. Because I have them all here together, and that's 14 gigs of footage as well, which is starting to eat through my hard drive. all of those segments, the old footages as well. As I very much thought that getting an 8 terabyte hard drive was, that'll last me years and years. And 6 months later, it is almost full. Yeah, so that very much basically concludes that. I'm going to actually jump this character over to the White House. And we have... having ran all that, what I haven't ran today actually yet is the manhunt yet. I haven't looked at it at all. I actually know nothing about it so far. So I'm gonna... And yeah, that's very much indeed Spear Monkey that I don't mind rambling, because sometimes, especially in other games as well with creators that I enjoy, sometimes just some offhand thing that they say in just rambling was completely not obvious to me, and then makes it completely obvious to me. So I don't mind doing that for the same reason. Is sometimes the best information is just the one that wasn't intentionally given, but just came out and just changed your life completely. Yeah, so I'm gonna do it on this character first, because I usually do it on this character, the first run of a manhunt. I'll put that other Scorpio back because I don't need a grade 21. Because also I'll forget to put it back otherwise. And yeah, we'll make a run through the manhunt, and because yeah, I'm curious who we get at the end of it. I'll pop for the. So on my main account, I'm already done with the apparel event. This was one of my alt accounts. So I'm going to keep Fog of War off, just because I don't want to deal with it. It's already, especially one of the things that I do notice is all the talking and trying to be coherent in some way. It's actually quite mentally draining, but I do quite enjoy it, of course, as well. But especially the way that I do it for the build showcases usually is a little bit more intense than what I'm doing for streams. It's a lot more casual, I feel, with the streams. But yeah, it does drain me a little bit mentally. So just to, have it actually be casual, I'm just gonna not have Fog of War, so I can have a mini map and not have to listen to where everything is. So yeah, we're going after fallen cranes. I'm gonna do it on heroic, 3 directives. Because yeah, those 3 directives I don't care about. Cool skills really doesn't matter to tech tanks at all. They only use one skill anyway, and the other skill can be on cooldown as much as it wants to be.
Detected. Nearby location.
Because even if the hive is empty, it still heals up the shield as long as it's on their back. Oh, we're fighting black. Okay, I thought for a second that dog was on the mini. I'm actually going to shoot something else, see if the dog goes on the mini. Okay, no. Like, that dog is very much in a position that normally, like, somebody is on the mini. So I'm not charged up yet. That makes this a very weak feeling usually. And also the shield is quite weak. That dog really doesn't want to move off there. It does have an animation to jump off of that height. I'm not sure why it's not using it. Yeah, dogs usually like to run around a little bit. I might be in jamming range. I'm not, luckily. But yeah, after this CP, I'll likely be full, especially with a heroic CP.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Yeah, I will go run around and grab mementos as we get a little bit of a frame dip. Which actually I've been noticing quite a bit. I don't know if I've changed anything about my system setup or graphic settings. I don't believe graphic settings, but maybe system setup, or if it's tied to one of the recent patches.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I'm gonna go hide, wait for my hive to heal up my shield a little bit. I'm trying to get the weak point on that dog. Because yeah, this named will likely in a second just deploy a drone and I'll just shoot those. Doing a ton of damage to her. And just keep her busy like that. I'll put the dog behind that truck and just start. I haven't called in my allies, specifically because I want to have a break in between these two fights to go grab all the memento stacks. Doubt Disrupt will be in range. It disrupted her as well, so it didn't get any drones out. I'll use a Scorpio here, and this is the nice thing about Scorpio, is that it deleted her for some reason, but also, yeah, usually just disorienting them and then shocking them is enough time to get through them. Get a decently looking contractors, but I have enough of those. Just gonna check what's up there. Heavy. Gonna check what's down there as, yeah, we get another frame dip. Yeah, Fog of War is very much the directive, not the YouTuber. It's very much one of my more disliked things in the game. I'm gonna call them in. I wrote something that oh, okay, that's why I couldn't find them. They were up. Oh, and I know where they are. They are very much so. There's a room back there. They can't get out of it either, so they're stuck up there. But that's likely to scavengers or well, to ambushers or to underground faction. Should have grabbed ammo. I didn't. I'll actually go up there and have a look. Yeah, once it starts charging up a little bit. I do have fragile armor on, so I don't want to armor break for no reason. But actually, yeah, I wanna go upstairs here. As well, I'm regenning as well, yeah. So that's the enemies back there. And what faction are they? Yeah, they're ambushers. And sometimes, yeah, they spawn in there, and it's basically they can't get out. I will kill them just to end combat, as you can't shoot through all parts of this because, yeah, it's very much not designed to be shot through. And the memento dropping in there means that the game kind of thinks that you should be able to reach it, which you don't. At least I don't know how to reach it. So you might be able to phase through that somehow. But yeah, Fog of War is very much one of those directives. A lot of people go like, it's for free. And to me, that's only true if you never look at your minimap. And I come from having played a lot of games where you basically religiously look at the minimap. Stuff like World of Tanks and War Thunder, especially, where you're basically looking at the minimap at all times. And yeah, for me, it's very much not true. I'm constantly looking at where... oh. Oh. Okay, yeah. For a second, I was like, wait, what archetype is that? But that archetype is someone on my friends list who I very much enjoyed playing with that hopped on me, which is very much fine. I'll likely actually jump on a call with them as well in a second, so we can communicate much easier.
Vic, where are they taking us?
My old office. They want me to give them something.
What?
Who knows? I already purged the records.
Where's Malik?
And my batteries. Nat's after something, and she's not sharing what that is.
Yeah, I'm listening to the voice calls, of course, and trying to catch up.
Access unlocked.
Yeah, that's you actually you're likely in in there as well, right? Yeah. Want to hop on a call, Xander? Or is that easier? Actually, I'll just initiate. There we go.
Evening.
Ah, hey there. Yeah, that's I definitely could use an extra hand. I won't say no to that.
Hostiles.
Have you done the manhunt already?
Of course I have.
Okay. Yeah, I'm usually not in much of a hurry to do them. I will usually do them on all my characters. I sometimes save them for when there's a good target loot, but in this case I'm curious especially where it ends up with who we get at the end of it. As it would be funny if... Oh, actually, we get the names already, right? So yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna pop the bounty.
It doesn't take much detective skills to figure out where the final manhunt bounty for Lauren Fong is gonna be.
Oh no, I mean more for like what she is or what she provides. Mostly I want to get the targeting range in that new area.
I could tell you.
I'll keep it yeah, keep it a secret. I'll see if I can deduce it by any of the
Target is nearby.
voice comms. Let's see if this side is open. I'm gonna guess with a bounty, fixed bounty like this, it should be. Yeah, it is. And how have you been? These since the one day that I have that we haven't played. I've been doing okay.
Yeah.
Did you start work again? Or did you start? Because yeah, you were going to start work again, right? Or was that later?
Yeah, next week at the earliest.
Ah, okay.
Wait, what? Where did they come from?
The spawn points from in the door inside there. Doesn't get used ever for normal bounties, basically.
Yeah,
Seen
they
it.
weren't here when I did this.
Detected. Location.
Maybe extra ways for. I mean, they're not completely fixed. Usually, at least. I'll grab some extra resources here. As we
some shiny purples.
You never know as well. Upgrades to purple builds sometimes. Almost no one downstairs. Your dog, there he is. It's actually dumb of me to kill this dog as the first thing, because he'll disrupt me and make it harder for me to survive easily, but also nothing
System.
that's likely outside than the in combat.
Supply room access unlocked.
It is kind of nice that that these manhunts are so much shorter nowadays. Especially with all the available things, if you want to hit all of them, it does eat quite a bit of time. But in my case, it's mostly as well that I'm using way too many characters. You're only on one character, main character, it's not as bad. of doing summit, of doing descent, of doing the manhunts. I'm surprised I have armor broken a few times, but I haven't actually armor broken. Oh, wait. Different spawn point in here?
Yep.
Ah. Yeah, this is with the manhunt ones. They do try to surprise you a little bit.
That's the target agent.
Where is this? Oh, there. Okay. Because yeah, none of these ever, like, I don't think I've ever seen anything spawn over there. To the point that, yeah, usually...
Super rare.
Okay. To the point, yeah, usually I just expect them only to come from one door. But yeah, they've been doing the same as well with the manhunt bounties inside of missions, using
Target down. Good
places that,
cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time.
yeah, usually nothing spawns from. Were you hanging about through the showcase as well?
I watched. Well, I was watching the stream with like
And just
half an ear.
anything I missed?
Didn't notice anything. No.
Yeah, I just. It's always funny that, like, because yeah, without script, because I'm just talking and then I'm mostly just thinking about what I'm saying, so I don't remember anything basically of it. I do usually, yeah, then watch it through at least once. It's gonna engage these guys because yeah, otherwise they'll engage us anyway.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Take some division swag.
Access key detected.
There we go.
Hostile supply convoy.
Oh, we have a convoy coming out. And other faction fighting them as well. Let's go make a mess. Yeah, they're fighting some hyenas. Because they're in their house, of course. Also, I'm now considering that actually, yeah, both of the runs were also with invaded missions. Although usually, yeah, people consider those harder, even though they're not really. Depends.
Incoming hostiles detected. Friendly combat.
Oh, that's the... Wait. What is this then? Or is this convoy? Was it the hyena convoy? Watch out, by the way, I got sidetracked by something. Or well, whatever this is. Which I'm gonna guess is the convoy then. And yeah, that's usually the game system isn't completely hooked into the wrong faction having some of the supply points. You're gettable if you want me to get you.
Well, we haven't called the reinforcements yet, so I can't teleport here.
Yeah,
You might have to get me.
I can stand here for a while. Yeah. Stagger out. Maybe respawn in because there's too much explosives happening and they're pushing on around me. I'll say the boss.
Excuses. Excuses.
I mean, we're gonna get staggered out of it the whole time. Because the Grenadier also pushed out to cover that, but...
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get his weak point on this dog. Except I won't. But I'll just tank him.
System malfunctioning.
CP captured. Good job.
System reactivated.
Grab some ammo. Is it, you ready? Oh yeah, you can call him in.
Friendly combatants detected. Reinforcements en route. Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah, the reason I didn't run all the way into them is they can spawn on the other side and I'm all the way over there. It's a long walk back. I'm grabbing the attention of that dog because he'll do a lot less against me than against the full red striker, which I'm guessing Xander is running.
Hostile detected.
Armor's almost gone. I got it. Just don't mind. Let's see how they like this.
Yeah, the difference it makes playing with competent players that
We're closing in on her.
are making good decisions as well on targets and what to shoot. It's very much quite the stark difference with all the people I was running with this evening for the rest of it.
Take that compliment and not argue with you.
Supply room access unlocked.
So looking at the left side at the resources as well.
Why am I even running into this room?
You've looted already.
Yep.
Because there might be loot. You have to check. I already forgot what the first one was. Oh yeah, the offices, right? So here we're going. Ooh, it's the other one. Okay, cool.
Store. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing's closer really. We can just run from here.
Friendly combatants nearby.
I had an oddity in a countdown earlier.
Oh.
There were no helicopters spawning at the extraction.
Okay. Also, like, no enemies as well? Or just visually missing?
No enemies as well. There were just no helicopters coming and dropping enemies.
That's weird. Oh, did you have a reload? Like, was there a loading screen in the midway of it?
Nope, but at the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, because I think I noticed something soon.
All the hunters, because we got full full points at the end.
Okay.
Civilians in distress.
You're odd.
I wonder if something was still alive, because we were still in combat.
They would have to run really far away for them to go off the minimap. But they could, technically.
The hunters were all dead, and
Oh no, I mean like
was coming.
yeah. No, I mean like maybe one of the Black Tusks. But that's also unlikely. They would eventually close back to going into the extraction. Like that is their that is their waypoint.
Me and another player actually went to the opposite direction because there was a hunter there, which the rest of the group completely ignored. At the beginning of the extraction.
Oh, this is here. Okay. Yeah, no, sorry. I was just... I had lost where this was once. I want to use that in one of the videos, just as a background. It's not a bad looking place, especially with sunlight in it.
True.
But I totally, like, I thought it was somewhere else, actually.
And I actually managed to make it into loop 8 today without getting a second exotic talent, which was frustrating.
I can imagine, yeah.
I mean, I got pretty lucky because my weapons choice at the start was an MG5 and 2 things that I didn't want.
Yeah.
So I figured, okay, let's just go with an LMG from the start. And fittingly enough, the exotic talent I got to choose was Bullet Hell.
Yeah, those fit pretty good together, yeah. This guy can grenade him.
Welcomed very much because
can we grenade him?
Having to reload an MG5 all the time is annoying.
Yeah. Especially one that doesn't have the gunner extra grenade or the extra mag size. There we go. That should be him. Yeah, that's a weird spawn. It's not just the door box, but it's actually they're spawning behind that gate. Let me swap back to my normal grenades. Well, the EMP grenades. Because I do use those sometimes. Yeah, this is also one of those rare places where bounties don't go that often.
That's your target.
It's good to see them making good use of it here.
Going to the District Union Arena. You got the target.
Also, I will not comment on the name Sierra Hunt. Because yeah, that's a Sea Hunt, which is gonna get her a nickname, very specific nickname in the military, most likely. And yeah, it's gonna be Grand Washington, of course.
No, it's not.
It's not the UA then. Oh wait,
Yeah.
what? What did I? What's the? Oh, that's a daily. Wait. Did I just not get it yet? I need to wait for the pop-up?
Oh, you did.
You earned yourself another bounty.
Just
Well done.
open the map.
No, I needed to get the...
Go to the No, you don't need to get that. It was already available. Go to the map. Go to bounties. And now look closely. Where's the yellow dot? Go back out.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Back out.
Yeah.
Where's the yellow dot?
Yeah. Oh, of course, for the...
UA is
Yeah.
technically in Judiciary Square.
Yeah, it shares positions between the two, especially for the bounty. They likely needed to be initiated from there.
Civilians in danger.
Gonna guess then that the final part of it is gonna be in the garage, most likely.
Nope.
Does it go all the way to the boss zone?
Nope.
Okay. Before the garage then?
Yep.
Okay, so the mall area then, most likely then.
Nope.
I mean, is it then the downstairs part where you can get rogues? That's how it remains basically.
Like Sokolova took our
Because yeah, usually it's one room before the end. That's usually where they put it, but that would be the gas room, which I'm guessing they won't put one because that's not a great place.
Well, no, it doesn't even get to the mall. It's before the mall.
Oh, okay, even shorter. Nice. Yeah, this is the downside of them using the bounty system. So normally what would happen is when we enter a mission, it starts despawning anything that is basically outside of the mission area. But here, it doesn't do that. So we have random patrols. So. Basically, otherwise, in a lot of missions, you would be shooting in places where you'll aggro stuff outside. Kind of like we have with Wall Street, which has one of those boundaries. Well, congratulations, Spoon Donkey, and also I hate you. Well, I'm very jealous, let's say it that way. I still haven't gotten past my first St. Elmo on this account. On my other account, I have one on my main character, and then even one on level 30. Because it does drop on level 30 caches for some reason. As I said.
Should I not tell you then that I already dismantled one?
I mean, yeah. But I mean, in your case as well, that like you're after more now, right?
Yeah, now I'm after more. Now I'm regretting having dismantled that one, but at that point I wasn't aware how good the weapon is. I was just like, no, it's just another gimmicky exotic. And
then the truth set you free. So the chests don't scale here, so I'm not gonna go after them. It's the bounty. Yeah, so I did get one actually on my other account while I was trying to. So I got the season pass basically on my on both accounts while they were grouped together, so they could share the exotic caches they got. The other account did get one, but it was in a cache that had gone to the mail because the thing was full. The pouch for caches was full. So sadly it couldn't, and when they go into the mail, they cannot be shared afterwards to other accounts. So.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Which kind of pissed me off, of course. Let me see if I can heal back up. Yeah, so I'm gonna remove those brakes.
Lauren's their prisoner. But it sounds more like she's advising the Black Tusk on running an aquaponics workshop. What the hell's going on?
Well, at least in my case, with the level 31, I'm actually using it. It's on the account that has the level 30 account, or the level 30 character, the World Tier 1. So it is quite the upgrade for them, especially. Although I need to find one, it doesn't have the reconfiguration blueprint at level 30. So the one I have is with something bad, reload speed, I think. Or some where even damage to armor would be decent, rate of fire would be decent, and then damage to targets that are covered is what I would love for it to have. But
get the blueprint sharing on the level 30 character?
Yes, but there is no blueprint at level 30 for Elmo. It's only coming out of caches. Okay.
But if you get it at 40, it should be available at 30.
No, because it's not a blueprint that is available at 30. So the blueprint itself doesn't exist. The same as like you have all of the blueprints of stuff like Coyote and stuff that just doesn't drop at level 30. Like those blueprints are not available to them. Because yeah, I don't think the Elmo is supposed to be available at...
Sure, you're right about that, because...
I can show you if you want to.
You shouldn't be able to reconfigure a Scorpio at level 30 either.
Yeah, but a Scorpio, waveform, capacitor, there's one other memento. All of those should not be available because they're from seasons, but they are available. Same for Empress blueprints are actually available through that. But a lot of other stuff isn't. So, for instance, all of the other ones that got added in season, Blue Screen, Dread Edict, all of those stuff isn't available.
Okay.
Because they're not supposed to exist at level 30, but then, for some reason, some of them were just by accident, seems. Because especially Waveform is an odd one, because even, for instance, the Memento and stuff like that is at least like early seasons, so... that they did go to level 30 as well. It's, well, you know, a little bit understandable, but like Waveform came way later. But still gotta reconfigure. But also it doesn't drop at, so Waveform is also weird that it doesn't drop from level 30 caches, but you can reconfigure it from a level 41 if you have it. So yeah, there's a lot of like those oddities at level 30. Because yeah, they don't really... like, it's not one of their concerns, really.
I'll secure the sector.
But at least at level 30 I can do that if I really wanted to, which I don't really. I'm not going to go out of my way that much, but doing the level 30 farm with the exotic cache, basically. Doing the DC start and boosting. Okay, they do spawn from the same door there at least. No, point your gun at me. There we go. Because yeah, especially at level 30, the balance of crit chance is quite different, making Chameleon especially one of the really useful things at level 30. Just because it is a tool that can provide a lot of crit chance, and so can Elmo, so it is actually quite a strong tool at level 30. Although also my playtime on the level 30 hasn't really gone up much in the recent days or recent weeks. Oh wait, we have a boss already?
Vital signs critical.
Oh, that's a mini tank. Let's just kill it.
Secure.
Oh,
Send someone to bring Lauren back to the castle. You can meet.
Wait, it stops here? That's
Yep.
That's a weird place to do it.
Yep.
Although yeah, they've already done a manhunt that ends in the game. I'm trying to escape out. We got a dare as our name drop. Because yeah, we did have one that ended in the mall already. Maybe they don't want to do it twice. Okay, it's not the targeting range because it's at the wrong end of the settlement.
Yeah. They already told you what it's gonna be.
Oh,
I guess you didn't pay attention.
Oh,
to the
yeah.
comments.
No. I gave up on that. Well,
Hostile control point detected.
this was like a water area, so I'm gonna guess
Thanks for bringing me home, Agent. Amanda,
aquaponics. Okay,
fish farm going.
what does it actually mean? Because at least the other two had a menu when you interacted with them. I'm guessing she doesn't.
Thanks for bringing me home, Agent. Amanda and I will keep the fish farm going. Thanks for bringing me home, Agent.
You can infinitely interact with her, it
We'll
seems.
keep the fish farm going.
Oh, okay. Just needed to finish up once.
Thanks for bringing me home, Agent.
Oh, okay. I know what it is. Stay outside of the boundary for a second. Because, yeah. You entering and leaving keeps resetting the interaction, basically. There we go. There. It did that as well with the old season when you were talking to Wally. So yeah, that's that manhunt. Rescued instead of eliminated. Because we're rescuers now instead of eliminators, turns out.
Well, we're still eliminating a lot of people.
But the target itself. But she basically does literally nothing then. But, yeah.
Well, not for us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the other one was at least, there was one pilot, basically, the extra pilot location and extra seasons location. Because, yeah, you could go and your stars there. What are you interested in running? Because I don't think I will make it very late, but I'll go a little bit longer.
I don't know. I've been running a countdown to get striker pieces for the other characters.
Okay, let me briefly... Is Yuzina somewhere? Because, yeah, otherwise also I would be interested. Oh, it's the tombs. Yeah. Yeah, it was tombs, but...
Nobody wants to do tombs anymore.
I don't dislike it, but it takes a while and requires attention. But yeah, I would be up for running a few countdowns if you want to.
I've had enough tombs to last for 2 lifetimes.
No, I don't mind the mission. It's actually pretty enjoyable, I find. A lot of people hate that boss fight, but it's actually, if you do it right, it's not too bad. Let me briefly clean up this character a little bit, so I have at least a little bit of inventory space.
That was a good deal.
Considering maybe swapping accounts, but nah, I'll stick on this one.
I've been fairly successful so far with getting striker pieces.
Pleasure to see you.
I managed to get 2 backpacks with max weapon damage. I got a holster with max weapon damage. I got 2 pair of gloves with 14.8.
Nice.
And
yeah, gear sets drop reasonably well with high stats.
The second holster is only 13.1 and the knee pads are 12.1 and 13.1. So they could use an improvement. If I don't want to spend resources on optimizing.
Well, I want to hop into a countdown?
Can do.
I'll start that. Just challenging, right? What do you want to... Yeah. Lazy mode. I've swapped to PFE as well. Just for laziness. Do you think you'll need help with the striker? Otherwise, I'll keep mine to Yuzina and then I'll put some closers in the meantime as well.
I'll be fine. You don't need to do target loot for me.
I'm trying to... Oh, not that one. Wait, why is it taking this long to match me? Yuzina. It's
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
I mean,
You have
Strike has a
through.
craftable gear set, so even if I don't get good drops, I still get materials from the bad drops, so yeah. I want to...
Now we have Oops All Strikers with us. Although, yeah, both of them are with Picaros, which I'm hoping they're doing for expertise or for proficiency. Because, yeah, it's not a good choice to go Picaros. As both of them are. But they might be doing it for proficiency, which is what I hope for them.
I doubt it.
I mean, it's not, at least, at the very least, it's 80% of the build is there. That is more than some people, so.
You're putting way too much trust and confidence into the random player.
I only need them to deal enough damage. I basically need the other 7 players with me to deal basically one of you worths of damage, basically. So, and you're already here, so you're doing that part already, so that's fine, whatever we get. There we have another striker group of Chesto. Actually, I keep always forgetting that I can just see their levels as well there. Not that I'm even going to care really.
Is now in your group.
Even more strikers. I'll take that. You can never have too many strikers on your team. It's you can very much have too few strikers on your team, but never too many. And which I feel I should swap the strikers as well and just be oops all strikers. At this point, almost.
Strikers with 2-piece Providence? Okay.
No, you still get... if you're going glass, it is actually not a bad choice. But, yeah, then you're going glass. Because glass works really well, of course, still, with that.
Is now in your group.
Because, yeah, that second piece is basically either the same as... Oh, I'm just going to start it. And yeah, it is literally oops all strikers. Which, yeah. I mean, except me. I'm PFE. So, oops. But yeah, that works out well. I'll go be the distraction while they strike with their strikers and stricken the stroke of the strikers as they stack.
Kitchen relay offline.
Maybe. I'd rather have that than what was, as you say, they're snakes with everybody's reckoning strikers nowadays than some of the other bad choices that existed with popular. Because yeah, especially whenever new gear comes in, everybody wants to run it. And if everybody was running Cavalier, it would have sucked. So, hard left.
Let's go left.
No.
Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes to lockdown.
Trojan virus detected. Safety protocols activated.
And people are actually following.
Yeah, usually people here, if they see people going one way, they'll just... also, the Isaac line was going this way, so maybe they... What did he toss there? The other team should be in range, so I'm okay killing this guy. We should have been in range for their drop. Although, looks like...
Yep.
Oof, it's all the way in the back. We'll go get it anyway.
System malfunctioning.
Oh, I need to have a... that's what I did wrong. Need to have a Scorpio secondary, which I'll swap to now.
System reactivated.
Hopefully they don't push too far before we catch up. But we should be in range anyway. I am curious to see what... I mean, if he just follows, he will see what we're doing.
System disrupted.
Shut up and fall in line. So yeah, let's go. Yeah, actually, Xander explained it better and in as that, yeah, we're going after all the hunters.
The target should be nearby.
That is obvious.
Yeah, as he admits that he doesn't know what he's doing, as he first tried to call out the team of... And interestingly, so there, the reason he typed LMEO and then LMEO with spaces is that LMEO apparently is a blocked word, so if you have the profanity filter turned on, it will not show up.
Which... But why would you have the profanity filter turned on?
I mean, it is the default, so if you don't know to turn it off. But yeah, it's quite weird that that is a banned word. Don't understand that one. That choice. I found the chest. Popped.
Well, my name is on the banned word list for Destiny 2, so...
You have been officially banned.
Well, it has been put on the list after I created my account, so... I still have that name, but whenever you look at my account or anything, it actually gets X'd out.
Okay, that's. But does that word mean anything then, or no? Right? Or
it's a trademark.
Okay.
It's a trademark that was registered after I made that account.
I mean, is it Xander or is it something else?
No, Xander.
Okay.
But with that
interesting.
spelling, like with without the E. You know AT&T, right? The telecommunications company in the US. Yeah, and their founder apparently was Alexander Graham Bell.
Yep.
And as homage to him, they named their advertising firm, or their advertising firm branch, whatever you want to call it, that they founded. They called that Xander with
okay.
the spelling without E for whatever reason. And yeah, they obviously registered that as a trademark.
Okay. Interesting, yeah.
And, yeah, which was mildly annoying because
I mean, I have the same issue sometimes with my name and
Area secure.
did you mean instead of this idiot that named himself this, did you mean like the shop that you're likely looking for? Why did they mark turbine? Or actually they likely didn't. That was still marked from before, likely. I'll go be the head of the snake as we try to pull everyone away from turbine.
I still don't get the extreme dislike of VIP.
I mean, it is like on challenging, I don't care either way, but on heroic, it is actually a bit longer. Because yeah, it is longer. Hostiles takes a while as well, but especially with zone, it is. In turbine, it's not too bad, but especially VIP and cooling tower or something, it's horrible.
Yeah, but still, very often the time it would take longer is then offset by the longer running time to the other location, which is further away.
Yeah, especially, yeah, if it is that case, but in this case, of course, we're basically running the same amount. Like going turnaround would be just as long as going container. But yeah, I do agree. Sometimes people go way out of their way to skip it, where just go do it. Also, it drops a lot of loot. You get a lot of kills, you get a lot of loot.
Yeah, and it's not like you're really pressed on time when doing this. I mean, when you
not on challenging
with a random group, then you might be, but
initiated.
That is some form of masochism anyway, to do heroic with randoms.
It's actually not so bad often. You just have to curate a little bit who you join. Like I just inspect people and make a educated guess to what is if it's doable. And what you sometimes have as well is
Critical systems
quite often find nowadays there's a few players that I keep seeing the names as being basically raid leading the heroic countdowns. They'll make sure that they're basically the group leader by being the initiator of it. And then they'll curate the team. And most of them that do it that way, they don't do it on shade level or anything. They'll do it on build. And even not, most of them not even be too strict as some of the runs we had 2 days ago.
Area secure.
Agent, head to the
But
administration.
yeah, some builds really do not belong on heroic.
There we go, another 15% holster.
Nice. We're going back to admin. I'm gonna beeline it to the control room, get the objective. We're not in a time crunch, but we could be if we become headless chickens.
Yeah,
Agent, you've reached the
admin main
administration
objective
building. I need you to
can
fix the
actually go bad if people don't do all the servers properly.
Yeah, if it's just one person going after all of them, it can take quite a while. But yeah, I'll just beeline it there, except I'll look at that chest and see that it's open.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
I know it's your favorite job. Need you to search the control room and find the server.
That's the downstairs. Nope, it's the background chest.
Okay.
Downstairs is open.
Yeah, I'm stuck in the control room for a while. I'll just pop out an emote and just hang out. Oh, they spawned. They spawned somewhere where I can shoot. Yay! I'll go for the balcony one.
Nice job. You're a pro. Now, just need you to find another server.
Well, I go for lobby then.
Yeah, if you get the chance. Yeah. I can cover you a little bit. Yeah, teamwork.
System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
High risk target.
But yeah, like this will be fine on time, and then we'll hit it again, these two, and hopefully someone goes for the control tower and or the control room, and then otherwise we will do these two and then out of the control room after.
The one thing I really miss from when comparing Hunter's Fury to Striker is the armor on kill.
So let me introduce you to the Death Grips version now.
Whoever said tech support was boring. One
I'm
more
gonna start it first before I actually. Them hitting me is reducing the amount. So I need to kill first. Or not be shot at, but that's not gonna happen here, so. Allies are shooting at them. Not likely. Someone's hit the control room anyway as well. They see their name. So. Yeah, especially for these fights is where I want to have the closer. Because I'm intimidated at the moment and my talent is not going to trigger for that fight.
Oh, by the way, I think I found another interesting talent combination in Descent.
And that is?
System reboot.
There's this one talent, I can't remember what it's called, that gives you accuracy and stability stacks and reloads your magazine at 100 stacks. But if you happen to have bullet hell, it will just stay at 100 stacks.
Oh, okay. I hadn't interacted those two. Oh, okay. That's interesting, actually. I hadn't had those two together yet. But yeah, then yeah, indeed you get ultimate pinpoint accuracy. That's handy.
Yeah, I was curious because I had the choice today after I got.
Torres is waiting for your signal. Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
After I got bullet hell, and usually you always have spare yellow slots, so I figured let's try this. Let's see what happens.
No, I almost always take steady-handed if I get it. It's one of my preferred ones actually for there. Few free reloads. Also, the reload doesn't take ammo, so saves on ammo. I'll take the short route in.
Yeah, I always try to get lucky shot for my yellow slot.
Yeah, I've been noticing that I should grab. I usually avoid all of the in-cover ones. I don't use the cover system enough usually. But I should be better about just being in cover more and getting a bunch of those cover ones. Because yeah, entrench as well. Seems to be.
Becomes extremely overpowered with no, not really extremely overpowered, but it becomes really useful with bullet hell because you practically have infinite ammo. Because if you hit, you get refunded ammo, and if you miss out of cover, you also get the ammo back at 10 stacks. So
yeah. Oh, we got all the hunter loot that I didn't grab yet.
Helo inbound to your location. Hold tight.
As we wait for our extraction.
Let's get you home, Agent.
Who would jump down if they saw somebody standing there with a flamethrower ready and aimed at you? Who is the person that goes, yeah, I'll get on this rope and jump down?
Well, I probably have another guy with a flamethrower sitting inside the helicopter. It's like,
Just,
you better go out.
yeah. Not one step back.
Jump or else.
Yeah.
You saved the plant.
The first Black Tusk officer gets the gun. The second gets the bullets. When the first one with the gun dies, grab the gun and shoot. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even remember how that quote exactly goes, but... Actually, what year is that movie even from? I remember seeing that in the cinema. I'm gonna make myself enemy at the gates.
Late 90s. 98? 99?
201. 2001.
Okay.
So yeah, a little bit later than the rest. But yeah, that's, yeah. I remember seeing that one in the cinema, so...
Thanks for the business.
A long time ago. Quite an enjoyable movie. Well made. I didn't get anything to keep. I hope Xander was more lucky and got a few parts for Striker.
Yeah, I got a max weapon damage holster and a slightly better knee pad than what I had.
Pulled you over already. So yeah, let's grab one more run, I think. Maybe one or maybe two. I don't want to make it later than 2. Just half an hour from now.
Where did that invite go? Yeah, got it.
Another agent has joined your group.
And then just for variation's sake, seeing as we have seen so few of them, I'll go Striker as well. Although not with that mask, but with this mask. And then, yeah, I have the pieces to make this one just Striker. Can as well actually make it Elmo Striker. I'll do that as well, actually. Because I just need a 12 mod in here. I'll just put that so it's obvious. And I'll grab my singular Elmo. It is at this point quite funny how many, like, I should have statistically already had 2 more. Oh, actually, I didn't check the vendors at all either today.
Nothing of interest.
I mean, usually it mostly depends on what you still need for thingy usually.
Actually, there was
Ninja Bake. I'll start the match.
Something crit on
Glad to see you, Agent.
on one of the DZ vendors.
Ah, okay.
But I don't remember what.
I'll have a
Providence holster. Crit.
Oh, okay.
You have left the group.
That's not. I mean, that's not bad, but not that useful as well.
I'm running a Providence holster in my.
No, I mean like a crit. If it was like a closer, let's say a closer, or let's say, you know, hell, even a ferocious calm, or rare pieces. Sacrifice even. But yeah, holster is easy to farm. Oh, am I lead? No. I was about to say I didn't hear the. So a striker. And a red build with Headhunter, but he was with a thingies, Eclipse. That. We'll just specify it as that. And the group leader is 17k. You would think he would know how to start.
Come on, man, let's start it.
I don't know if you have a VoIP on, Xander. but,
Yes, I
yeah.
do.
Some of these.
Started.
I mean, and I used the wrong your there, I see. So, which is
I
a
don't
sin.
want to say anything. But, I'm glad you noticed it yourself.
I didn't care enough to fix it. Also, I basically almost never use apostrophe. So, actually, what is it called in English? Even? Like, what's that thing called?
Apostrophe.
Okay, but like, I don't feel I've heard that. Like, do
Well, I think
Americans call
it's
it that?
pronounced apostrophe.
Oh, okay, apostrophe. Okay. Yeah, that sounds a little bit more familiar.
Communication relay offline.
Apple stroganoff. Yeah.
Cleaners have infiltrated the power plant. They triggered a lockdown. I'd rather not have their slash and burn tactics anywhere near a nuclear reactor.
I see you're drinking the invisible
Control of
drink.
the experimental reactor.
Is it? Oh yeah, that's funny. It's not a green screen, but it is a green bottle.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated. 15 minutes.
But yeah, it tries to usually cut out everything that isn't human, basically.
System malfunctioning.
I am not a PFE. Oh, I went for that cover. That's rare. Usually goes where my phone went. I'll go get our objective as well.
Restored. An agent needs assistance.
I'll grab a... Oh no, I can't. I was gonna about to say I'll grab a Scorpio, but I have Elmo first.
System disrupted.
Don't want him to heal.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah, he was out of range while he tried to do that. Heal up. It works.
System reactivated.
Imagine you could use Elmo and
Serious trauma.
That felt out of range.
Scorpio at the same time.
Agent.
I would.
System curtailed. Vital signs critical.
And there we go.
Agent vital signs 0.
Surprised he was that engaged on me, because my hope was there that he would just forget about me as he's being shot in the back, but he really disliked me. So yeah, turbine cooling tower. I have to
You're
very
closing
much
in on the target.
relearn how to not be a PFE in here.
Wait, you said turbine cooling tower, not a cooling tower first. Yeah.
No, or you're good. Oh, you went to cooling tower?
Yep.
I mean, we can go to cooling tower first, but turbine was there. Just as right up that first area. And yeah, the search for the closer continues. As our intrepid hero keeps killing thousands of people just to get a drop to happen.
High value target detected.
And that's apparently completely normal to kill this many people and not be considered a monster. So just for their loots.
We're not doing it for the looks.
Just for the lulz then?
No, we have a clear objective here, right?
We have a cleaner objective, yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, they're evil people, but I mean, at what point, as a philosophical question, how many evil people do you have to kill before you're evil yourself?
Area secure.
Which, you know, is one that we'll never have a good answer to.
Wow, too bad I'm already completely set, but I just got a classic M1A with boomerang, rifle damage maxed, and crit hit damage maxed.
Yeah. I mean, you could pick it up and share it. Yeah.
Too late.
If you hadn't deconstructed it, because I don't think it made it to your inventory. Yeah.
It's already gone to gear heaven.
Yeah.
I already have 4 of those, so I don't need more.
I'll wait for everybody to catch up because I am not PFE. As I do the slow wiggles there.
And yes, I prefer boomerang on my rifles. Or the rifleman.
Oh yeah, that definitely.
10 minutes to lock down. Evacuate the facility.
So they're immune, but we can stack on them. The thing is shootable from here, although hard to hit. The other one's also shootable from here as well, hard to hit. Yeah, can I get on this? Oh, I can. Yeah, that's a much easier shot. There we go. She did not know that spot, but yeah, in the future I'll go up here and shoot both of them. Is the other one visible from here? No. It is from here as well, actually.
High risk target detected.
Even without close range buff, everything dies.
Able to access that experimental lab now.
Well, yeah, that's the nature of things.
That they die.
Everything dies.
They die a lot faster when they're getting shot at by Striker. And they die even faster if that Striker has the close range buff. I'm surprised that they, over all that time that thing has existed, that countdown has existed, they haven't even, like,
I need you to stay.
it's not even been on the Trello board ever. I feel.
Why should it be?
Because it's broken.
You're in.
As the
Now,
camera leaves us, I'll
those fuel valves.
fix that in the meantime.
Oh, it's the return of the bar.
That's a hot battery. Yeah.
Warning. Experimental reactor unstable. Safety protocols activated.
I can't hit it from there, really? No, I can hit it from here.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP discharge.
Nice work on the valves. Now, I need you to expose the reactor's core.
As we travel through the planet core. Oh, we have a decent team. Everything's dying pretty fast. That's good.
Good. Now, we just need to destroy the magnetic...
I feel a little bit exposed not being PFE, but I'll live. Or maybe I won't, actually. Because I almost get killed. I'll just kill that thing. I don't know if its owner is still alive. I don't want to get hit by it.
Right.
Named item, Point Man. 2 targeted loots and Point Man. That's game. Please. Stop making fun of me. Feels bad, man.
That named guy shot at me from across the room.
That's
like there were so many other people in range, but had to shoot at me across the room. Like what?
He's just not a fan of you know, AT&T, so he was like he was triggered by it, by your name.
Mm-hmm.
System malfunctioning.
It's still
System back online.
I've had a weird fascination, especially with Bell Labs, which is one of the it's basically, yeah, that same Alexander Graham Bell with his way too much money. He just basically put together a research institute, one of the biggest private research institutes, and their history is basically amazing. That basically a for-profit company doing a ton of basically research, and how much of the things that we nowadays use are patented basically by people that worked for them over universities and stuff like that. Like literally stuff like the transistor was invented there, the CCD camera or the CCD sensor, the microwave background. And all of it because one man basically built his own monopoly and then, but also did something at least a little bit useful with it.
Good
with
work,
the money.
Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. Helo is ready when you are. Shoot a flare to signal Taurus.
Because at its core, that man was also very evil, turns out, because, yeah, he was... Some of the ideas that he had were of their time, let's say. And even in their time, they were bad ideas.
I just got another 15% weapon damage holster. That's not what I need anymore.
Put them together and you have a 30%, as we have 3 coyote buffs as well. You have the triple coyote. Also known as the triple yoti.
Not the Ko-Yo-Yo-Yoti?
I mean, it wasn't before, it will be now. Ko-Yo-Yo-Yo-Yo-Yo-Yo-Yo-Yo-Yo-Yo-Yo-Yo-Yo-Yo-Yo-T. Imagine having that many buffs.
You can't have that many people in a group. Doesn't work.
I mean, can't you? There was a time. There was a brief moment you could. Did you play that? Did you mess around with that at all?
No, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, where we could have a. I don't know if it actually had a limit. Like we did a. I remember being in a 16-man group at some point. Let's see if I can get a grenade on him. At least push him out. Yeah, for this fight especially, I miss being PFE a lot. Because yeah, I would running, kill that box, for instance. But I'll just do it this way. Hoping that drone isn't on me, or that person standing right next to me. Oh, that hunter bale almost made it. But yeah, then again, with strikers, with as many strikers as we have in this group, several of them being good, and good players and good builds, we'll just burn through these guys.
Torres is waiting for your signal. Shoot off a flare when you're ready to come home.
Well, I'm looting. I'm not shooting anything, so...
Eventually you'll get bored of the looting and then maybe you'll shoot some. Though with the team had decent damage. Curious to see what... Oh yeah, that's... I mean... I didn't hear one Regulus shot there. Well, he does have a Regulus build on. That's the face I was pulling there. I was like, wait, but running a build basically set up for the Regulus, but I haven't seen one Regulus shot go off. No. So, not even shoot here and just grab a cinematic view of everybody
Torres is on her way.
getting murdered. It's actually interesting. The extraction area does show up in even photo mode. And yeah, you would think this body pile would be something that you would go, I'm not jumping down, you jump. And they get cremated as well right now.
Let's get you home, Agent.
Full trust in my allies. We'll likely not be able to get... nah. Let's just bug out. Because yeah, the next one will be too late. So we are going to extract.
You kept the lights on. This entire region owes you a debt of gratitude that they can never repay.
Oh, that was the last run. This run, yeah, we didn't get all hunters. But we still get 140 coins.
Yeah, we missed one.
Yeah, we were across the map from the other one.
Yep.
Entering safe area.
No, I was thinking of like the other run that we had. I was like, wait, didn't we do all the hunters? But that was... We have done 2 runs so far, not just one. As everything... at times, everything melts together. To be one massive run.
Thank you, Agent.
That's nothing useful was gathered there. But yeah, at the very least, even if you don't get your loot in countdown, you still get that's not worth. You still get exotic cash usually, except we didn't because we're still short a little bit. Yeah, let's do you up for one more?
Sure.
And then actually, give me a second. I'm gonna swap characters real quick because I'll grab a Redify. Have some variety and play around with that a little bit. As hopefully
What makes you happy?
I mean, will this make me happy?
I don't know.
Will this finally make me happy? I'll invite you over as I see a few names
Another agent is
in there that I haven't seen in a while, although they weren't active, so they're likely not. I'll do the safeguard BTSU variant, which is maybe not the greatest, but it works.
What's with the shoes?
With the shoes. Oh, that she has blue shoes on. That's this one is very much based on somebody I know who basically also wears these clothes. Oh, and also she helped me make the character basically. So, but yeah, green and blue shoes was quite common for her. Although it's not this green usually. But yeah, it is a style, so it works. As we go into one more challenging countdown, and that will be likely my last one.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Get up decently early tomorrow, do a meeting, then stitch that video together. Hopefully not needing to do any more segments. Well, actually, I need to still, do the segment of... let's see if it fills up with people, because sometimes when it doesn't, when it does like this, it might take forever before it starts filling up. So we'll give it a minute and then otherwise retry.
Always 2 minutes.
When you can. It's not that difficult or too challenging. With distance scaling, actually, in the meanwhile, I'll check what's on this vendor.
I appreciate the trade.
Also, what's on that vendor. Yeah, no, let's... Oh, no, it's starting to fill up. Okay. Trying to remember, is Door Knockers DZ? I don't even...
Yep. Pretty sure it is.
Yeah. So yeah, we have
Another agent has
I mean, it's not a useful item, is mostly the reason that I don't even remember it. Where's the name here? Oh.
Another agent is now in your group.
Let me know if it's full, by the way. I'm just checking something. Yeah, DZ only. So that's a countdown with a DZ item again.
Yeah, it's full.
Just waiting for that one to go green.
The third slot always has a chance to be a DZ item.
Yeah. But it's good to see it again have be that.
I was hoping that one of the vendors had a striker.
Just to buy it.
To buy and then dismantle for materials to craft. But
likely tomorrow.
Another agent is now
full
in your group.
So likely tomorrow, Cassie. Yeah. She usually has 5 or so gear sets.
Yeah, but at this point,
you're basically done.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one way to solve it. Just solve it. Just, go and get it yourself.
Communication relay offline.
Yeah, that's why I did start doing countdowns. Because there was no vendor that was willing to help me.
Citizens have triggered a lockdown at the
Oh, we have a bug start.
taking over infrastructure to lend legitimacy.
This is good, actually.
If they control the power,
Although my group UI doesn't really
we need to remove the safeguards and restart the reactor.
I usually fix it. That people still don't know that it fixes itself.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown.
And leave way too fast.
15 minutes lockdown.
Just watch out though, nobody else is with us really yet. I'll come get you.
An agent needs assistance.
Why are they shooting me?
System restored.
What is that guy's? Okay, he's 170. He knows not better. Because yeah, that was very directly aimed fire at me, as if I was the hunter. Which, especially yeah, with this character, it would be weird that to even think.
Oh, your group UI fixed itself.
Yeah, it always fixes it when the hunters spawn in. I've had that many times before. I think also because I haven't seen it on many other people, I think it's because I've resized that thing. I've made it bigger. Instead of using less skills after me telling them to not use skills, they deploy even more skills. As I see someone run into... Oh no, there. Here, containment admin. I should type it out for them.
The target should be nearby.
Because yeah, I get a feeling that some of them may be a little bit fresh. Seeing as there was a healing drone on me in front of hunters. Yeah, let me bring back up OBS before I forget. Go for a supercharge. We lost a few hives. Looking if somebody was damaged, but nobody was. So.
High value target detected.
Bollocks.
Rogue, restore hive.
Were they covered in foam, those bollocks?
Hostile
Yep.
neutralized. High-risk target detected.
That guy foamed all over me while he died.
So, you know, some people pay extra for that, so. Gonna move my hive up. Oh, the skull, of course, is still set to Seska. Back to Yuzina she goes.
Area secure.
Like you're ever gonna get that closer.
I mean, I will eventually. Statistically speaking, it's inevitable, but getting to that point is vettable.
It's still completely possible that you will never get that item.
I mean, on a practical,
It's not a 100% chance.
on a long enough timeline.
Still possible to not get it. I mean, the probability of that happening
Yeah, exactly. That's that.
smaller and smaller over time, but
Yeah.
it never becomes zero. The chance of never getting it, so just saying.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know I'm above the average now, likely, just above it. But yeah, that's also then the average. Like I've done farms for worse items than this.
10 minutes.
That have taken even longer sometimes.
Facility.
The golden chest, for instance. They're going the wrong way.
Proceed to your nearest exit.
Or wait,
Shade tech detected.
no. Oh shit, I'm going the wrong way.
They're going the right way.
Yeah, no, I flipped up on which one was VIP. Even though I tapped to that myself, I forgot that we're going out there.
Striker drone detected. Hostile
And that's just time.
I had to explain the concept of drop chances to
I mean, some people don't even
a
understand.
lot of World of Warcraft players. So, yeah.
assault turret detected.
Also, in the long end, you can just also just go,
Rogue sniper turret detected.
just keep going. Like that's the only thing you can really control. Like, doesn't matter if it can't be high. If you're, the only thing that drop chances really matter for is how impossible is it and how unwilling are you to get there. How willing or unwilling.
I've answered a lot of tickets that were...
Oh, of course, you've been on that end.
I've killed the boss X many times and the item still hasn't dropped. What is going on? Give me my item.
High risk hostile.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. I can imagine.
And I was like, that's not how this works.
Yeah, would be nice if there was some kind of pity system here, but
Area secure.
another named,
You should be able
another
to
bad
access the
setup.
reactor.
Wait. Yeah. I'm not sure I should do many more countdowns.
What happened?
I just dismantled knee pads. That would have been an upgrade.
Now that you're in, we need to decrypt the safety protocols.
Yeah, I've gotten better at not doing that. Doing double takes whenever needed.
Then again, it's 4 and old, so not really that important.
I'm trying to get him, but I wasted too much time there trying to get him. I should have just let him go.
What? That's not where I wanted to go, fuck's sake.
Gonna give another supercharge.
Oh. And the crate is not up there.
Because then it'll be ready by the extraction time. And by the button as well.
Warning. Reactor unstable.
Yep.
Initiating lockdown.
Nice.
Yes, I want to take
Almost done.
the med pack instead of the objective.
Destroy whatever the hell that thing is called. You'll need to run the sequence.
The crate is at the stairs.
Alright.
Good work decrypting the protocols. You need to remove those controls to get the reactor back online.
Just gonna run through all this.
High risk hostile.
And get the thing.
Which I figured out through the process of elimination.
Great work, Agent. Now you just need to restart the reactor and keep any hostiles from knocking it offline.
By eliminating all the enemies.
It has all come back to me. I remember where all the crates are.
It's like riding a bike. You kind of forget some things, but most of it will be in your brain for the rest of your existence, likely. Although, of course, like in my case, I remember stuff in this game, but I won't like remember my social number or anything like that ever. That would be too easy.
Proceed immediately to your nearest exit. Full lockdown imminent.
Great work, Agent. The power plant
Yeah.
is stable. Now get the hell out of there. Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres to bring you home.
Yeah, the rest I can just loot into. There aren't any hives on cooldown, so I won't supercharge here. Because yeah, this is usually where I would supercharge, just to get everybody their hive back. Extra chances of people not dying to hunters.
System disrupted.
But seeing as that's not the case. Which out on the left, by the way.
Stay frosty. Hunters incoming.
Second one.
Serious trauma detected. System reactivated. System malfunctioning.
Oh. He made it up far. Coming off the jam. Not what I wanted to do there, game. As it puts a healing camp underneath me instead of trying to pull out my thing. Artillery a little bit.
System curtailed.
You really think this is the best time to pull out your thing?
I might distract him. Luckily that's... Oh no, that's not... Okay, that's not a healing drone. Yeah, that explains it.
Restored.
There's only one hunter left, so I'm okay putting down my healing hive for a little bit. Because it's unlikely that he'll go into cover and start hacking.
But just dismantled it closer.
Well, there it goes. That was the one chance. Never again.
It had only one crit, not both.
Yeah.
Shoot off a flare.
So I've done that as well. I saw in one of the footages. Like I did see it when it happened, basically live. But it just was a hunter pal, and it was just targeted loot, and I just deconstructed it right away. But I saw on the I saw it as well live, but just saw it become a yellow text right before I deconstructed it. It was like, oh shit, that was probably the one. But luckily that one was like a double blue closer. I mean, not luckily. It would have been better if it... yeah. It was the right thing.
Heard something.
Wow, from which toy store did you grab that, Famas?
the Fugu, yeah.
Torres inbound on your location. Hold tight.
The 2 seasons ago toy store. Or was it 3 seasons ago? I don't remember. I don't dislike it. I like the colors a little bit. It's like awkwardly bad.
I am not judging. I've been running with a hard candy skin on my weapon.
I mean, yeah, you're one to talk with your purples. I mean, actually, we're matching. The blue is matching actually from the weapon and your. We're gonna cut it close. We should have enough time. Run! Not good time. I'll even pick up my hive. No littering.
Yeah,
impressed.
no littering.
Pretty sure we're gonna-
He says while leaving a pile of corpses behind.
You know, that one's decomposable. The hive is made out of
Entering
bad stuff.
Might be made of biodegradable plastic.
Glad to see you, Agent.
Biodegradable magic healing. Nope. No named closers.
Thank you, Agent.
I get nothing new from this run.
Oh, what part is left?
Good to see you.
I have 2 of each. It's just that, yeah, well.
Some of them are costly.
Not really. I mean, as I said, the gloves are at 14.8, so that's not. That's barely an optimization. And the knee pads are at 13.1 and 13.4. So that's
Backpacks.
one
each
optimization,
yeah.
and the other is 1 and a bit, I think.
Yeah.
I think 13.1 is not quite enough for just one.
Yeah, I think that's just one and a tiny bit. But yeah, I'm gonna.
Main problem is that I will have to either craft or farm a ton of chest pieces, because I'm out of chest optimization materials for those chest cut chests that I picked up.
Yeah, you can just. I mean, well, you know all the tricks. I mean, with watch alt, just buying chests, deconstructing, or just crafting. I mean, just just doing watch alts and just you can get all of those. You can either get them by crafting or just buying them at vendors and deconstructing as well. Both end up about the same price.
Is it?
Yeah, because the amount of resources required for the crafting is also pretty expensive.
Well, a chest piece is like the one at the vendor here is 6.2k. So that gets you 1.5 chests from 1 shade point.
Yeah, I usually calculate them in 50s. The thing is, you also get other stuffs from it as well. That's why you can go either way. Especially if you also use the protective fabrics for other stuff. Well, in your case, I want to work for expertise. Because I get some of the crafting resources and those protective fabric stuff. But in your case, with expertise full, just resource them full. Also, buying from there, you can always, if you have some cash saved up from running way too many bounties. Also, way.
Looking for something?
Well, I am still using protective fabrics.
Nice doing business with you.
Plus, I'm doing the...
For the weekly?
Yeah, that too, but I'm also doing the slightly pointless thing of upgrading my strikers to 11.
Okay. I mean, it's not pointless. It is an increase.
I mean, it is 11% extra armor.
Yeah.
I mean, well, not really, because it's...
on a red build, it's 11. Yeah.
On a red build, yeah, it is, because you don't have really anything that scales off the base armor. Yeah, might be the difference between dying and surviving was 10%.
Yeah, it's one of those things like you're basically always running one build at a time anyway. So if you enjoy one build very much, like, why not make it the best version of that build that you can make it?
No, all my builds that I carry around with me have the armor pieces upgraded to 11.
Oh, that's yeah. No, I'm at least on my alt account. I'm working kind of on that exact thing a little bit, and also getting all the weapons to 10 at least.
I'm not doing that on the alts. The alts can get fucked. Just doing that on the main.
I'll also, as a treat for myself, upgrade my because I think I have enough now. I'll take an Eagle Bearer to 20 because this Eagle Bearer kind of deserves it. Because it's a good looking one. I do use it from time to time, and I've done most of the other weapons I care about. So. I hope I have enough SHD and fields, but I think I do.
I have only 3 exotics that have been upgraded to 20.
Yeah, I've mostly done exotics and a few weapons I like. Should actually...
There is not one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Eagle Bearer is also not recommended. I just have this one, which looks pretty good for Eagle Bearer.
Well, obviously I upgraded my Scorpio to 20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same.
And then I upgraded this character's Regulus to 20.
Yeah. That
and,
one.
And yeah. Courtesy of you, I also upgraded the Saint Elmo on this one to 20.
Yeah, and the Elmo is very much worth it as well, yeah. And yeah, I have a few base weapons that are level 20. FAMAS that is 23, because why not? We're gonna have one prestige item, might as well be a item I use a lot. But yeah, next up likely is Ravenous, I think. Because I've taken a Pesty to 20, Nemesis to 20, Regulus, Scorpio, and a bunch of base weapons, as well as an M1A. And the likely next one is this Ravenous, because that also benefits a little bit from it.
Yeah, my level 20, my high-end level 20s are my 2 Carbine 7s, the M1A and the UAC.
That's a good selection of them.
And I should probably also upgrade the MPX, seeing that I do run the Hunter's Fury a lot.
Yeah.
Or used to, and now I'm someone kind of like put me onto that striker thingy.
Yeah, I do have a MPX at 20 as well, actually. Yeah. Didn't remember it was this account or the other one, but yeah, 20 as well. Might have a Banshee as well. No, I don't. That's the other account that has a Banshee as well at 20. Because both of them are pretty good. Yeah, these two were sadly not when you were in group. This was before you joined, and this was today, before you joined as well. But yeah, you're done with them anyways. I should actually upgrade, go through my characters, and because this one's free talentable, but on other characters it probably isn't. But yeah, I'm gonna thank you for the runs, and gonna hop off the call in a sec.
Yep.
But yeah, we was fun running with you again. You always feel free to hop on in whenever you're on and you see me on.
Yeah, I figured that wouldn't be nice to try to hop on while you were doing your recording. I don't know if you had your group closed or open, but yeah.
I put it on Do Not Disturb, but then I swapped characters and it went back. But also, yeah, that's it. I mean, even worst case, like
I was for a second considering trolling you, but I figured, nah, that's not.
Yeah. I mean, it's not an issue usually. But yeah, thank you for the runs, and I'll wish you a good night, and yeah, maybe see you during the week.
Have a good night.
See you, man. As yeah, I'm heading off as well. As yeah, we did get a manhunt done. We got a well, not on this character though. Got a nice build showcase mostly together. As I'll just only put one more segment in there with basically this footage and stuff, with just saying that thing, and then it'll be likely up tomorrow afternoon, unless I need to redo a segment, because yeah, sometimes there's still something I missed, or like if I really feel bad about a segment, but yeah, otherwise it'll be you guys have a sneak preview of it coming up, so I hope you enjoyed that. And yeah, tomorrow I'll be back at farming a little bit, and also working on what the next video is going to be, which is basically the named item. But I likely won't do that on stream. I might do a little bit of it on stream, but mostly I want to in the evening hop on and just farm a little bit, and maybe get that closer eventually. Maybe it's maybe a good zone we'll be using it. So yeah, I hope you guys get the video tomorrow in your subscription feeds, and maybe tomorrow as well. Join me for that one, and thank you all for joining, and also thanks to those that watched the VOD to these points and hang out with them. Yeah, and indeed, have a good night.